get the last stream going, and we should be up momentarily. So give me a minute to. I don't know why the hell is that so small. We'll make it bigger. It should have been bigger than that though, but I'll fix that later on. Let me get into the actual program. This last stream going, and I'll fire us up on what do you call it? Substack and excuse me, Substack and Instagram. Wow, that wasn't fun. Okay, so give me a minute, clear my damn face off, and we should be on momentarily. Not president, but Jesse Jackson Jr. passed away dead at 84. Um, you see the photo behind me, Trump with him. Uh, we'll talk about that. Give me a second. Let me just get this going so I don't distract myself. But Trump did have some good things to say, and that in itself is a highlight. That's it. That's a highlight. Somewhat unusual, some might add, but we'll talk about it. Almost done here, and we'll be on momentarily. Hopefully, you guys had a wonderful weekend. I was not on Monday, as you may be aware. Um, some of you folks saw me while out bike riding, so I was on Sunday. I was on Sunday, and I was not on Monday. So, the odd thing is news. I mean, the last few days it hasn't been as mobile as it usually is. I mean, Trump hasn't done anything crazy or controversial. So I guess to some degree, depending on who you ask, no news is good news. But I mean, there's so much shit going on. Even if nothing happens, there's enough that's already been done to last a lifetime. So I think we're ready to. Oops. I think we're ready to go on live. If not, we're going to fire up TikTok. Tim, how are you? What say you? I like it. I like it. I'm doing okay. Doing okay. Happy to have you folks here with me. Just screwed up on my TikTok thing here. Let me fix that. Just got home from work not long ago, and I'm having trouble with my TikTok device here. Let's see if it works. There we go. There we go. Yeah, I'm doing all right. Just got home from work, my day job. I have to go out there and slave for the man, just like all of us do. I think most of us have day jobs. That is how it is. Nevertheless, let's go ahead and get the party started. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal, depending on who you want to ask. But we are currently live on Instagram, TikTok, Substack, and YouTube. Jesse Jackson, civil rights icon, going all the way back to the era of Martin Luther King. Going all the way back to the era of Martin Luther King. In fact, I believe Jesse Jackson was there with MLK the day MLK lost his life. So he goes all the way back to that era, dead at 84. So unfortunately, Jesse Jackson is no longer with us. I mean, when he lived a full life, you can't argue with 84 years. There's 80. If I can get 84 years, I have no complaint. That is a full life. And certainly if you are an African American, that's beyond. I think the average lifespan of an African American is like 60, 68, 69 years or something. It's in the 60s. It's in the 60s. I think the average lifespan of an American, period, ends before 80. And I think the longest are for white females. White females, white males, black males, Hispanic women, et cetera, et cetera. The longest lifespan is enjoyed by white women, and it's not 84. So Jesse Jackson lived a full life. I think for a black male, I think black males are on the lowest on that scale. I believe out of Hispanics, out of Asians, out of whites in this country. Now, like Japanese in their country, they got a lifespan I think that goes into the 80s. But we're talking about in America. So I believe that Jesse Jackson lived a full life. He lived a full life. probably about 15 plus years, more than the average black male lives. So shout out to him. But what I want to talk about is the fact that, when somebody of that significance passes away, he's a former presidential candidate twice, 84 and 88, or is it 80 and 84? I think he ran for president in 84 and in 1988, if I'm correct. And so he ran for president twice. I mean, so he's well known in Washington circles. Certainly, he had a play in a lot of other Democrat elections beyond his as well. He's going to be just like Obama is speaking at Kamala Harris, and Obama's going to speak in 2028 for whoever runs and things like that. So they're permanently involved. Appreciate that. I think whoever just sent that, Mamacita, thank you very much. And yeah, Mamacita, appreciate that. So, President Trump spoke on the loss of Jesse Jackson Jr. And many would ask, so what? Why the hell does this make news? Well, to some degree, it's because it's President Trump.
Following the news of the passing of Reverend Jesse Jackson this morning, tributes and honors are coming in from around the globe, and that includes reflections from President Trump. He wrote today in part, "The Reverend Jesse Jackson is dead at 84. I knew him well long before becoming president. He was a good man with lots of personality, grit, and street smarts."
Not a bad statement. Now, like I said, why are we playing this? Because it's with President Trump, you never know. I mean, with President Trump, I guess I would ask you guys by way of yes or no, but not even by way of yes or no. I'm gonna give you three choices. One being negative, one being positive, three being nothing at all. How did you think President Trump was going to address the passing of Jesse Jackson? One being a negative statement, two being a positive statement, three being nothing at all. It's something you never would ask on another president, because generally it's just in them customary. It's just customary of them to give a some kind of look. He was a great guy, or he was well spoken, or he was some kind of leader. Even if you didn't like him in life, remember Obama eulogized his 2008 adversary John McCain. So only since President Trump have we kind of started not knowing if a president would say something positive after someone died. That has never been the case before. So some of you folks I said one positive, two negative, three no statement at all. And I see there's an ample amount. Somebody said four. There's an ample amount of all of that. So in other words, this is exactly what I said. People had no clue how he would respond. If we were talking about, let's say, George W. Bush, I don't think anyone would say one. I don't think anyone would have expected George W. Bush to say something negative in the passing of Jesse Jackson. With President Trump, you just don't know. So the fact that he spoke positively of Jesse Jackson, step in the right direction. Some might suggest. Now, I'm going to tell you, I've been on social media just like many of you have throughout the day. And you go to Facebook, everyone announced his death. Everyone. And I heard about it because I was listening to the news at like 2 or 3 in the morning I heard about it, when it first came in on CNN. But there's every website there is that is news or politically oriented, obviously announced this guy's death. Fox, Newsmax, my God, the comments. President Trump had something positive to say about Jesse Jackson Jr. passing, but if you look on any of the right-wing sites, it's terrible. It's terrible. They had nothing good to say about the guy at all. Everything from suggesting he didn't pay his taxes to him being a racist himself. It's terrible. If you look on Fox, just go to Fox News on Facebook, and they have a post, Jesse Jackson dead at 84. Look at the comments on that. Just look at the comments. Why is that? I mean, was he really that bad of a guy? Why the hell did he get criticized so much? And let's ask the obvious question. President Trump, there's plenty of photos of him with Jesse Jackson Jr. as you see here. This one here is with Don King from boxing fame, and then of course Muhammad Ali over to the far end there. So this is Jesse Jackson, Don King, and Muhammad Ali pictured in the photo here. But these are all black men. I want to ask you guys flat out. Folks are always saying that Trump is some kind of racist and he don't like black people. How do you explain this? How do you explain this, not to mention after Jesse Jackson Jr. passed away, he's still speaking positively of him in death? How do you explain that? Now, I see in the comments, Arlita says money men. Well, Jesse Jackson Jr. wasn't giving President Trump any business or money, was he? Jesse Jackson Jr. never became a politician that could provide him with deals. I mean, so if he's a racist, why would he still be speaking positively of Jesse Jackson Jr. in death? It's pretty clear Trump don't give a fuck how you think about him. He speaks negatively of people in death all the time. Rob Rayner, and who else did he recently speak negatively of that just died? I mean, so he don't care about that. So he spoke positively of Jesse Jackson Jr. Does that change your view? For those who think he might be somewhat intolerant towards minorities, does it somewhat change your view of him? Possibly not for second to none. Second to none says, are you an Uncle Tom? No, I don't have any nieces or nephews, so I can't be that. Well, actually I do, but I don't think they view it that way. So we'll leave it at that. I'm a fucking degenerate. Let's vote for a celebrity who never had a job. Huh? Okay, so we'll talk about it. But we do want to discuss that. The fact that he said something positive about Jesse Jackson Jr. in death when he didn't have to, does that change this whole tune that this guy is some kind of hard, ardent racist? I do want to discuss that with you folks. Additionally, we always have more than one subject. Today, to me, today is a lighter side because the discussions are not as controversial. Some of them are ridiculous, I might suggest, but I don't think they are as controversial as some of the things we often talk about. But here's one. I'm not even going to cover it too much, but I do want to ask you folks. Apparently, after only 8 days, the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, found that there were no violations to speak of in the Bad Bunny halftime show. They actually opened up a case on Bad Bunny. What the hell is that all about? Why would the Federal Communications Commission open up an actual case on Bad Bunny? It ain't something I normally want to talk about, but what the hell? I mean, people say all kinds of wild shit on television. How did Bad Bunny fall in the category of being worthy of an investigation? Somebody certainly need to let me know that, because that makes no damn sense to me at all. I don't know how much it cost us taxpayers, but the fact that the FCC came back with a conclusion in only 8 days shows it was bullshit to begin with. And this came from lawmakers, folks. This is not something that was just thrown out there. This came from actual lawmakers.
The congressman is now demanding an investigation into the Super Bowl halftime show featuring Bad Bunny. The lawmaker accusing the nationally televised performance of featuring explicit and indecent language. The National News Desk, Jeff Harris, joins us. And Jeff, the controversy over the Bad Bunny's halftime show only continues to heat up. You've been digging into this new development. Break down the details.
Republican Representative Andy Ogles, who represents Tennessee's 5th congressional district, formally making the demand on Monday following Bad Bunny's Super Bowl halftime show, which millions of people tuned in to watch. In this letter right here to the Committee on Energy and Commerce, Ogles arguing the performance violated standards for appropriate content on broadcast TV, particularly during an event watched by both families and children. The congressman...
What the fuck is that? What, I mean, what? Why would a congressman waste his time on that shit? The show is already over with. What the fuck is that all about? We talk about waste, fraud, and abuse. Remember Doge supposedly fine. This congressman is wasteful, fraudulent, and abusive to do some shit like that. What the hell is that? I don't understand. It makes no sense to me at all, but I'll certainly talk to you about that, you guys on that. But here's something else I want to ask you about. Because this is something you've undoubtedly seen many times, and you're going to see it here. Anytime immigration officials are featured on television, on the internet, social media, you name it, doing something controversial, you hear the phrase, I stand with ICE. No matter what it is, whether it's deporting people who need to be deported, Trinidad Agua, MS-13, rapists, murderers, you name it, or even, literally roughing up some old lady for talking shit. The phrase remains, I stand with ICE. So what I want to ask you folks is, when you hear somebody say that, does that tell you anything about the person? How do you view seeing, hearing, talking to your fellow Americans that adamantly make the statement, I stand with ICE? Now, ICE their job is protecting our border. Their job is getting bad hombres out of our damn country. But there's plenty of footage of them also doing things that borderline, or if not borderline, but outright criminal. I stand with ICE. What does that mean when you hear one of your fellow Americans say that? And last but not least, this one here, I don't know what to say about it other than wow. That's all. I can't say much more about it than I think it is. I'm going to leave it to you guys. I'll play it. I mean, you've heard about this already, but it's just amazing that the wealthiest country on earth is engaged in this.
Has sent 5 immigrants to the African nation of Eswatini in an expansion of the Trump administration's largely secretive third country deportation program. The 5 men sent to Eswatini are citizens of Jamaica, Vietnam, Cuba, Yemen, and Laos. According to Homeland Security Assistant Secretary Tricia McLaughlin, the men were all convicted criminals who, quote, have been terrorizing American communities. The Eswatini government said the men were being held in isolated units in unnamed correctional facilities in...
Now, this is happening to some. I mean, I think Kilmar Abrego Garcia was part of this as well. We're talking about third country deportations, flat out. We're talking about somebody is in this country. They have no legal right to be here. They're here illegally, if you want to throw it that way. And when I'm saying they have no right to be here, and then I'm putting a slash between here illegally, is because Trump is deporting folks that did have a right to be here legally. So make no mistake about it, for anybody who suggests, if you're against ICE or if you're criticizing ICE, you're for illegal immigrants. No, there's a lot of people that were here illegally until Trump became president, made them illegal, and then deported them. So I'm putting a slash between being here illegally and, simply getting deported. I mean, because the Cubans were not here illegally until Trump became president. The Haitians, and probably soon the Somalis and a host of other folks. They were here 100% legal, and under the Trump administration, they suddenly became illegals. So third country deportations. Now, this one here is a country in Africa, down near South Africa, southern part of that continent, landlocked. So you're talking widespread poverty. Eswatini. I've never even heard of this country. Eswatini, a landlocked country down near the southern portion of the continent of Africa. They're deporting people there that did not come from there. So how do you feel about the wealthiest country? You think it's legit? I mean, do you favor, if somebody is in our country and they have no legal right to be here, do you favor deporting them into abject poverty as a result? And this could be for the rest of their lives. This could be indefinitely. Do you favor doing that? Now, remember, entering America is a misdemeanor. So you were living in poverty wherever you came from, Guatemala, Honduras, Nicaragua, you name it. Now you're all the way over in Africa in a landlocked country that might actually be even poorer than where you came from. And you have no way to ever leave there. You have no way to ever leave there. So we're going to talk about these topics, but predominantly Jesse Jackson and this whole claim that Trump is a racist, even though he's on television speaking highly of a well-known civil rights leader. So you guys know how the program is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody. We are always MAGA friendly. Nevertheless, liberals are always welcome on the program as well. Tap the screen, get us up to 15,000. We don't block, ban, or censor. You know how it is. Our comments run left of Bernie Sanders to I'm having dinner with Q. So looking straight in the comments, you will feel like a dumb sheep in 3 or 4 years when you come out of the cult. Okay, I don't know who you're speaking to there. It was a slap in the face of the American people. It was rude, distasteful, and vulgar language if you can understand it. I don't understand. Here's what I don't understand. If Bad Bunny's language is somehow, as you say, rude, what other word? Rude and a slap in the face to the American people, how does that coincide with President Trump telling reporters they don't know what the fuck they're talking on air, by the way? You don't know what the fuck you're talking about is an actual statement Trump made. How does that get a pass, but Bad Bunny's swearing in a language that most Americans don't understand, or a large portion of Americans don't understand? That gets an FCC investigation, but President Trump can swear and things like that, and we're okay with that? I need an explanation on that. Will they lower the flags for Jesse Jackson like they did for Charlie Kirk? It's a great question. I don't know. That's a great question, though. Because if they lower them for Charlie Kirk and they don't lower them for Jesse Jackson, then that you can throw out every fucking thing we about to talk about. Let me go straight to the box. That's a great question. I'm surprised I didn't think of that. Really, really good question. Sherbert, welcome to the program. Sherbert, the Epstein files are in English. Yes, they are. But you got to find somebody that cares about them on the right. Sherbert, good evening. Can you let me turn on? Hey, it's not too bad at all. So Trump speaking favorably of Jesse Jackson. Should that eliminate some of the racist rumors?
If I had money, I would have lost the bet on he was going to say something nice.
Yeah, I wouldn't have expected it either.
One good performance.
Yeah. You know, the crazy thing is when you're on record saying you hate all Democrats and things like that, yeah, I don't know if I would have automatically assumed he was going to say something negative, but with Jesse Jackson fighting for civil rights, and I know MAGA has no love for Jesse Jackson, I would have assumed it would have been more likely negative than not.
Oh, 100%. I mean, he could have gone 100 different ways, but I just don't really care what Trump says anymore. It's always going to be something crazy, especially after that video topic we had a couple weeks ago. No, that was a week ago.
You're talking about the Obamas as primates or apes or whatever.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
How do you respond to MAGA that says that's just a joke? You liberals need to get over it. You're snowflakes.
I mean, it goes both ways. They cry and bitch and moan about anything I say. And then Trump goes and does some actual crazy shit, and it's just, no, joke, it's funny, ha, 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 ha. But then these snowflakes can't handle shit.
Yeah, I kind of wonder who would even look at that and, I mean, like, why would anybody find that funny to begin with is what I'm wondering.
I mean, Gen X here is going to say something really stupid, I guarantee. They're going to... I mean, Jesus, after Melissa Horman, I remember what Gen X said about...
Yeah, he said, what did he say? Two down, one down or something like that, more to go?
Nah, my biggest one was when you asked how you feel about it. He said, a reason to throw a different parade, when that was the first No Kings protest. And he was just, they're going to say something stupid like that no matter what Trump says. I'm done really listening to these people because... it doesn't matter. They're just going off of slogans.
You make it sound like you view MAGA as irredeemable or something to that nature.
Oh, well, 95% that way.
You do.
There's a couple of people that were just not thinking, but if you're still full-throated defending this, you're not a good person.
These are your neighbors, your fellow Americans, Sherbert.
Tim, I have stopped talking to a family member because of stuff because they were a MAGA person in the first term. So you're not going to get me with that one.
Wait a minute.
I cut toxic people out of my life.
But you do realize. Wait. Let me ask it to you this way: what are you suggesting, that there is no reason at all at this point to support MAGA, to support Trump, rather?
Oh yeah, no, not at all. And anybody that still supports him full-throatedly, no, you're pretty irredeemable at this point. But when they talk about how crazy Democrats are and how we want to do so much, we've gone so far, and then these people will just justify literally anything he says. They tried to give up 2A rights. I don't care anymore. They're clearly spineless.
But wait a minute. Since he's been in office, the price of gas has come down.
No, Tim, shut the fuck up.
Has the price of gas
over the smallest little thing?
Has the price of gas come down? What are you not giving them credit for what's happening? Has the price of gas come down or what?
Tim, it's like 20-30 cents, man. I don't give a shit.
Then
when it was like $5 and it came back down to $3 for diesel, that was a big fucking deal. Or no, it was like up to $8. But I remember when things were bad, and that was because of Trump doing the OPEC deal to fuck us over right before COVID. So I got no sympathy anymore, man. Not for
what about
little things. Yeah, the bird flu went away. Eggs went cheaper. Let's not go on to this one.
What about the fact that a vile dictator like Maduro has been removed thanks to Trump's efforts, possibly freeing a lot of folks in Venezuela from oppression? Do you give him credit for that?
2%, and let me explain why. He didn't actually remove the regime. He only took out the figurehead.
Yeah, but they know now. They're not gonna fuck around. They know if you keep doing what he was doing, he's gonna come back.
No, Tim, that was just a stunt. And it really doesn't matter, because they could have easily gotten rid of the other parts of the administration if that's the reason we had these arrests for Maduro, is because he had falsely, taken this election, is what I'm to understand.
Let me rephrase it.
Actually do anything.
Let me rephrase it and ask it to you this way: is President Trump taking Maduro out of power? Is that a good thing or not?
Generally, but they did half-ass work like they do on goddamn everything. I would love to give Trump more credit, and he did the one thing I said I'd give him credit for. He got rid of the penny.
But so you give him half-ass. You do give him some credit for Maduro. What about the border? The border is significantly more secure under Trump than it was under Biden.
Man, I'm also pretty done on that topic with it. We're just starting up the Muslim ban again. I mean, I forget. I think the judges might have shot down some of the restrictions to countries that he said just can't come here anymore. But they're clearly just trying to make us isolated from the rest of the world, especially with their tariff policy and their immigration policy. So if they had more guards and they actually had legislation, which they could easily pass because everyone would vote for it instead of this crazy shit. They're not serious. I'm not going to take them seriously.
I don't know. It sounds like you just don't want to give a guy credit for anything he does. You just have a sour taste in your mouth, no matter what he does. Huh?
The numbers bore it out. I don't care about the sloganing. His numbers are not good. They're spending like fucking crazy for this, and we're going to have to pay for this here in a bit. I remember every single time we talked about the deficit during COVID, Trump spent literally double without COVID and with COVID compared to Biden with COVID without COVID. So it doesn't matter. They don't give a shit. They're going to give their God King whatever the fuck they want. I'm done listening to MAGA.
Well, it sounds to me like you're done listening to MAGA to the point where even if Trump does good things for America, you're just going to put your hands in your ear and go, no.
No. He got rid of the penny. No. I give him credit.
Get rid of the penny. What if he helps out the protesters in Iran that are being slaughtered like he's promised to? Would that be good?
Yeah, probably. But we obviously don't give a shit about helping people out. This is another stunt. They could start working to get USAID out to start getting vaccines to the rest of the world, but RFK is not going to let that happen. And they're not going to spend the money on it again when they could spend more on our private military that Trump has now.
Well, the military has been strengthened under Trump. If you ask the administration,
the private military.
I get that. But I'm being told that America as a nation, we as a people, are safer under Trump. Whether it's our big cities, crime is coming down under Trump, and then of course when it comes to international, building up the military, what do they call it? Strength through respect or whatever you want to call it. You don't see any of that.
No, I do not. If you look at it through a very small lens, that is what you said is exactly right. But then you look at the damage she's doing with our relationship with the rest of the world. No, we're not safer. We're not doing better off because we're now going to be making less money on sales that we had with free trade to Canada and Mexico. It was literally part of the name.
Well, when you say our relationship with the rest of the world, you do realize a lot of folks were suggesting that, unfortunately, he had to be firm with the NATO member nations because they were not footing the bill on their military defense. And by him pushing, he has successfully got our NATO member allies to increase their spending. Is that not a good thing?
It might be. It's a very small thing.
Well, how is that small?
Tim. What I'm to understand about NATO, it's mostly to make sure we all have the same equipment. We can all talk to each other within broadband and actually coordinate exercises. We can all work together. But all that meant was that they bought more bullets for themselves. It didn't actually change anything except, oh yeah, we should probably have a little better equipment. Fix up our bunkers.
Well, but
yeah, that's great. But it's not the be all fucking end all.
No, but everything they do to strengthen themselves is a little bit less burden off of our back for having to do it for them. And in the comments, one of my viewers, I think it says Lord something, says Trump was the only president who's actually talked to both Vladimir Putin and Kim Jong-il of North Korea. How about that? Because our other leaders have ignored him. Do you give Trump any credit for at least reaching out to some of our adversaries, trying to create some dialogue?
I mean, I believe he published a book from the letters that he got from those dictators.
Well,
so I mean, there was some more media. I guess that's a good thing. But we didn't actually change anything that North Korea was doing. They're still doing their weapon tests just as much. They maybe stopped for 6 months, but they had a hiccup.
But I mean, that is 6 months. But that is 6 months less stress. I mean, listen, America has
years ago. It doesn't matter anymore.
Well, because
hiccup literally means nothing. They've done as much testing as they've ever done within that time that the hiccup doesn't fucking matter, Tim. I'm done with this fucking topic about Kim Jong-un right now.
So, is there anything Trump could do at all to make you see the light even a little bit? And don't say that. I think I know what you're going to. Go ahead.
I will give him credit when he actually might do something good, but when they blindly call citizens that are just recording with their phones domestic terrorists for no fucking reason, I'm not really going to give him much credit.
Mm. You are talking about Renee Good and Alex Preddy, huh?
Yes, when it was lockstep from hours after with zero investigations known at that point, and they just blatantly called just regular citizens domestic terrorists. I really don't give a shit anymore. They've proven to show who they are.
How do you respond to folks who do criticize Alex Preddy for showing up with a firearm to that?
It's absolutely his right. He didn't do anything wrong. He didn't wave it. He didn't suggest it. He didn't even go for it. He was disarmed when they shot him in the back of the head.
Yeah, but a few days earlier, you see him literally destroying police vehicles while the police are in them.
Tail light. I don't know.
But you're destroying.
He was executed in the street, Tim.
I'm not. No. Look, you're destroying property while the cops are in the car and you're armed. How does that look to you?
like he should probably have a ticket for the repair of that vehicle, but otherwise, fuck off. First Amendment. That would Second Amendment.
That would actually
have a fucking license.
Well, listen, I'm not
on him.
I'm not in the category. I'm not in the category that the guy needed to be executed. I'm with you on that. However, I am going to suggest that his actions were not responsible of a guy that was carrying a firearm. You disagree with that?
No, because he didn't go for it.
The fact that you got it on you while you're getting into a scuffle with law enforcement is a bad idea, right?
My opinion really matters here on what led up to this incident, and seeing him get, hit in the head with pepper spray cans, essentially pistol whipped. It really does matter what happened there. And if that video hadn't come out, this would have never. Yeah. This would have been an untold story. But
yeah, I agree with that. And they immediately stopped the investigation into the death of Renee Good. They stopped it immediately. I don't like that either. Go ahead.
There's no transparency here. They just said, no, we got this. When we know we can't trust them, when you can see the video versus them an hour and a half later being called domestic terrorists. Yeah. What the fuck?
Well, last question before I move it on from you then. Based on what you said, how do you view people who make this statement pictured on the screen behind me? Even when stuff like what we're describing, if you go in the comments section of, videos and things like that detail the death of Renee Good or Alex Preddy, there's no shortage of folks saying, I stand with ICE. How do you view someone that's saying that?
Would cut them out of my life the same way I cut a family member out before. These are clearly irredeemable people, at least on the level that I can help with someone, to understand things. If you still are going to vote for him a fourth time, I'm not your friend. I don't like you. Don't even talk to me.
Do you think there's a possibility he's going to run again in 2028?
If he's still around, he's going to try, but he's going to be too old. That'd be ridiculous.
Yeah, I do think Father Time. But you do believe he will try to some way, somehow finagle government so that he can seek a third term?
No, guaranteed. Because he can't give up. It always has to be winning.
Well, the man did say if you vote for him, you're going to get tired of winning. So perhaps promises made, promises kept.
He needed you to vote one more time, and then you don't ever have to worry about it again. I remember that video.
He did say that as well. All right, Sherbert. Thanks for coming through. And by the way, tap the screen, folks. Get your boy on up to 25,000. We'll take the next caller at that. Plus, he assaulted the officers while supposedly trying to help a lady. Says, bad, I can't see the rest. Bad Tigger. Is that what that says? 6'7"? You're saying Alex Preddy assaulted the police? Okay, because you see the video. And the woman gets shoved to the ground, and Alex Preddy gets involved. And you're saying that he assaulted the officer. First question I would ask is, in what manner did he assault the officer? I've seen the videos, and I don't know if I've seen it that way. I mean, to me, they got on him. Look, you want to get in here? You want some of this too? That's what I've seen. But let me know how Alex Preddy assaulted the officer. Looking in the comments, they took his pistol, then shot him. Was that an ACOM? I don't know what the ACOM mean, but that is what happened. Preddy did not draw. He was held down. Yeah, he didn't draw. He did not draw at all. That caller is low IQ. You don't pick a fight with a cop while having a gun, and you don't drive towards a cop. I don't like ICE, but I like common sense. We could tackle some of that. Now, I'm not a fan of driving towards a cop. I get it. You're referring to Renee Nicole Good. Listen, I'm going to say it like this. Neither one of those deaths was necessary. I don't look at the death of Renee Good or Alex Preddy and go, woof. Had the cop not fired, somebody was going to get hurt. I don't see what I've seen on Renee Nicole Good, and definitely not on Alex Preddy, to suggest had their lives not been taken, somebody else was going to be, facing serious bodily harm. I think in Renee Good's case, you could probably find a jury if you try hard enough to find that justified. But I think it was an optional shoot. And certainly in Alex Preddy's case, I don't know how to make that a case. To me, I don't, you don't disarm the guy. The guy who disarmed him didn't fire around. Like, the people who did fire into Alex Preddy, you have to ask them, what were you looking at? What were you seeing at that time? Because you're firing into the body of an unarmed man. The gun is already gone. So what are you seeing down the barrel of your firearm while you're taking shots? I don't know. So I think the Alex Preddy case will be a hard one to make. Anyhow, going back to the box, tap the screen, get us up to 25,000. Feel free to help your boy out with the hat mustache goal, TikTok cap. I know it's going to be hard because we're pushing in a direction. I'm seeing all the coons and the tap dancing comments. I'm seeing them already because we're commenting on the fact that President Trump did the unusual and spoke favorably of Jesse Jackson in death. That is not Trump-like. That is absolutely not Trump-like. So I'm seeing folks. Thank you, Red. Appreciate the hat mustache. Yeah! Appreciate that. They beat police with flagpoles on January 6th. You know something? Speaking of which, there is another topic I wanted to mention. I don't know if I had it queued up, but believe it or not, there is a bipartisan effort to attempting to limit President Trump's, I'll just play it because I'm surprised you got any bipartisan support on this at all.
Has emerged to propose a constitutional amendment that would give Congress the authority to reject or overturn presidential pardons, a move aimed at curbing broad pardon powers exercised by leaders including Donald Trump. Nebraska Republican Don Bacon became the first House Republican to sign on to the measure led by Democrat Representative Johnny Olszewski. The proposal, known as the Pardon Integrity Act, would allow a group of at least 20 House members and 5 senators to trigger a review process for presidential pardons. If 2/3 of both the House and Senate agree, Congress could nullify a presidential pardon, and the president...
Now, the hurdle to do it is pretty high. You're talking 2/3 majority. And thank you, SAG50. Yeehaw! Thank you for the hat and mustache. I'm not going to be able to pronounce the whole name, but thank you, SAG50. Do you think Trump has went too far with presidential pardons? I mean, understand, all presidents pardon folks. Why all of a sudden Trump comes along and they want to limit his pardons? Now, I want you to look on the screen behind me. And before I even tell you what you're looking at, the source is the Department of Justice. The source is the Department of Justice. As you see, if you can see it clear enough, I don't know if I need to zoom in a little bit, but there's a photo. There's photos here of George W. Bush, Barack Obama, President Trump, and Joe Biden. Those are the last 4 presidents we had. Bush, Obama, President Trump in 2016, and Biden. Those 4 presidents combined pardoned 625 people. All 4 of them. President Trump, in little over a year in office now, at the time this was created, had pardoned over 1,500 people. At the time this was created, it's went closer to 2,000 at this point. Closer to 2. He's pardoning people at an incredibly rapid pace. This is Bush, 2 terms, Obama, 2 terms, Trump and Biden both 1 term each. So you're talking 8, 8, 4, and 4. What is that? 16, 20, 24 years. He's 1,500 plus in 1 fucking year compared to the previous 24 years of presidents. He's already at 1,500 plus by the time this was made. Do you believe that there should be some kind of limit, checks and balance on his pardon powers? I didn't know it was this bad myself until I came across the article and ended up noticing the Department of Justice as the source. Why so many? Why so many? 1,500 in a year. So in other words, what goes? I mean, he has almost 3 years left. What are we going to be near 5,000 or something? Should his presidential pardons be limited? Let me go back to the box. I can't believe it's that high in 1 year. Wow. Miss Mo Betta, good evening. Welcome to the pro. Hey, how are you?
You know what, Tim? For you not to be MAGA, you sure be going hard for us to give Trump some kind of fucking credit. You know I called you out when you fluffing. Listen, when they said when people die, if you ain't got nothing nice to say, then don't say anything at all, right?
Right.
So, but what I am going to say about Jesse Jackson, all I'm going to say is, may he rest in peace. And that's all I'm going to say on that.
Wait. So you don't have anything nice to say about him. So are you going to say...
Listen, slime balls come in all forms.
So let's get clarity. Since you're there, let's get clear. Are you suggesting that the late Jesse Jackson Jr., the civil rights icon, was a quote-unquote slime ball?
He was a sneaky traitor is what he was. I'm sorry. May he rest in peace again. He wasn't all that he cracked up to be in the limelight.
I need some details.
That you can go back and look up yourself on when Dr. King and them was running. But again, that'll take up your whole show, Tim.
Give me at least 60 seconds on the summary. I need to know where this is coming from.
You don't know about him setting up Dr. King to get on the live? You don't know nothing about none of that?
I haven't heard anything confirmed like that. What are you talking about?
Okay.
You're telling me Jesse Jackson Jr., longtime civil rights leader, respected in the black community, set up Martin Luther King to be killed?
Yeah. Well, yeah. You can go check the story. But listen, people think I'm saying that because of Trump. It has nothing to do with Trump. We know Trump he's an opportunist, he's a grifter, and he likes photo ops and makes him look good.
Listen.
I still believe he has a race issue. Shit, Jesse Jackson didn't like half black people either. So I that's why I said I ain't going there with that. That's it. I say what I said, and that's period.
I hear you, but I ain't never heard of that.
Oh, okay, because you ain't been listening to the right people. You listen to Fox a lot.
No, wait, hold on. Like I am from Chicago. I'm from the south side of Chicago. You know, Operation Push and all of his shit is from... I've never heard of that. I mean, he was well respected in Chicago among African Americans. I ain't never heard of that.
You know why? Because he talked well like Trump. He spoke well. He told people what they wanted to hear. And then when Obama got into office, they caught him on camera calling him a nigger.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but if you set up Martin Luther... Go ahead.
Yeah, and so where do you think that comes from?
I don't know. This Jesse Jackson thing is not sitting well with me. I'm thinking, like, if you... Okay, well, I get it. Listen.
When you have some time later, you go look this stuff up because it's going to blow your mind because, again, when I heard the story, I'm like, what?
Where'd you get the story from? Where'd you get the story from?
Not the Rainbow Coalition.
Where'd you get the story from? Who told you this?
I got it from online. You have to, this is what I'm saying. This is why I say it's going to take you because you're going to sites that are strictly like African people that into Africanism and doing the searches on the Dr. King. So you research Dr. King and Jesse Jackson, research, type it up like that together. And it'll take you, I'm telling you.
And you believe this. It was presented well enough for you to believe it.
I do. You know why? Because back in those times, if you get the right person to set you up, they're gonna do it. They're gonna do it. Yes, I do believe that happened.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Well, and listen, I'm not saying it's impossible. I guess the reason why I'm so shocked is that if that did happen, it's odd that he was able to still remain so respected by the black community for doing that. Literally is probably the biggest icon of African Americans, maybe since Harriet Tubman or something.
Because that people are not listening for those stories, Tim. I'm telling you, you got. Hey, I don't know what else to tell you about it. I know what I read. I know what I saw. I'm not just pulling this shit out of thin air. You could ask some of the people that's here on your panel right now. Have they heard from it? You got people that has heard it. Go ask them the question. Y'all put in the chat anybody that has heard that story about.
No, I don't want to hear if you heard it. Do you believe it? I don't want to hear if you heard it. Do you believe it?
Yeah,
do you? I'm asking it. Yeah. Since you stated that, I'm going to ask the chat, yes or no. How many of you folks believe that Jesse Jackson set up Martin Luther King to be basically murdered? How many folks believe that? I've never heard it that bad, but that's really bad.
Yes.
I don't look. Here's why I have trouble with it. Like I said, the fact that I have never heard that should have been floating around pretty damn heavy for quite a while. I mean, because there's a lot of white people. There's a lot of white people that don't like Jesse Jackson Jr. You would expect them to really be throwing that out. I haven't heard that.
That has been yes, it has. Again, I didn't go to sleep and just come up with this shit.
I believe that.
It's been around. It's been around. It has been around. Just like that. Just like with Malcolm X, the Muslims did the same thing to Malcolm X. That happened. Do you believe that happened?
I've seen the movie, and yeah, I seen where they set him up.
That didn't just come from the movie. I'm telling you, there is plenty of research and stories out there. You just gotta go look them. You gotta go find them.
It's just like I said, it would be less of a shock or easier to swallow if I had heard these rumors stirring around. I mean, Jesse Jackson obviously has been well known in the black community my whole life, and I'm 50 plus, and I've never heard this.
And Trump liked him because he didn't like Obama.
And and that's another thing. President Trump did say that what did he say? Jesse Jackson could not stand Obama. You believe that?
Exactly. He did say it, and he meant it. So, of course, he had a couple of dollars. He had he had celebrity status, so they would look good in pictures. And you don't like my ops? Of course, I'm gonna fucks with you.
Shit. Do you believe that Jesse Jackson could not stand Obama? Do you actually believe what Trump said?
Yeah. Like I said, they caught him on the hot mic. They caught him on the hot mic talking shit about Obama. What is he talking about? You ain't hear that either, Tom?
Yeah, I heard that. I did hear that, but
okay, he's not talking that shit because he favors him.
Yeah, but he said that when Obama was still running for office.
Come on, bro. Nah, we're not gonna do none of that.
I'm going to give you credit. You did start out by saying, like my mama said, if I ain't got nothing good to say, I don't say nothing at all. I see what you mean. Wow. Wow.
Listen, I gave my disclosure and you wanted to go there, but it's all good.
Shit.
It's all good. So listen, I know exactly why Trump spoke favorable of
Jesse Jackson,
the late Jesse Jackson. You know what I'm saying? I know why. I don't know what else to tell you about that.
I mean, like I said, it's because I've been in the South Side of Chicago decades. He was, the Bud Billiken parade and all. I mean, this guy was really highly respected in Chicago. Something happened. You could reach out to Operation Push. Some racist shit happened.
He was respected not just Chicago. He was respected in a lot of places. He was respected all over. He was well known. You know what I'm saying? He was around.
And nobody was talking about what you're talking about, though.
Well, because again, maybe they wasn't looking for that either. Maybe they don't do history like I do history, or go looking up stuff like I look stuff up. They go with the current media. Maybe I don't know. I can't answer for why they don't know or why y'all haven't heard that story. No, I can't answer for that.
Because if I had heard it, I would have wanted to look into it even more back then. I've never heard that he had the name.
That was a long time ago.
Well, in addition,
what it is, a lot of people don't expect to hear stuff like that because they say, all right, Rainbow Coalition, Dr. King March. Look at the stories they coming out about Martin Luther King. Look at the stuff they come, how they made him out to be a piece of shit.
Do you believe that shit?
Listen, I've heard stories about that too. How he was not tech. I don't know.
Womanizer. He had
a womanizer. Yeah, that he cheated on his wife with all kind of stuff like that, and Listen, he might have. I don't know. I don't know today.
But hold on. What the hell does cheating on your wife have to do with giving people civil rights? I mean, how many of our well-respected leaders, going back all the way to 1776, were unfaithful to their partners?
They praise one now. They praise one now that has how many wives?
Exactly. So I don't even see why that came up.
One of his wives was pregnant when he was cheating. Like, come on, it's the hypocrisy for me. That's just why.
Yeah.
Like,
I'll give you two reasons. First of all, just like you and I are discussing, cheating on your wife is old. That is as American as apple pie. So that's the first thing. The second issue is all of the information we get about MLK is coming from the FBI. And we know the FBI did not have his best interest at heart. So can you believe that shit?
The FBI and the CIA, they was the ones who were trying to set that man up.
Right.
You understand what I'm saying? So, back then, when he was marching and doing all of that stuff, what they were doing was infiltrating. So they were offering our people ways out. They was threatening half of our people and paying the other half so they can get closer and get information. That's all about that's snitching and turning state's evidence. All of that stuff has been happening.
Yeah.
What's happening with Dr. King?
What I want to see is, here's what I see, even in regards to what we're discussing on Jesse Jackson. When you look at both Martin Luther King and Jesse Jackson Jr., and I'll throw even Al Sharpton in it for that matter, when you look at all of these men, probably each receiving over 1 million death threats individually, I don't give a fuck about the sad stuff. The fact that they were willing to go through all of that to protest civil rights, that makes them at least a decent person, in my opinion. Because people were actively trying to kill all three of them over and over and over again.
Yeah. And then once Dr. King figured out, like, he was fighting, he wasn't just fighting against the CIA, he was fighting even with some of our own people. Like, he's like, I think I led my peoples into a burning building. Because he's seen that the powers within, we didn't have enough power back then. Even with him doing all the marching, all the sit-ins, arresting, all of that stuff, we still had no power in lawmaking and stuff like that to help us out. That the fight was going to continue. That's what he meant by that.
But you don't agree with Charlie Kirk suggesting that Martin Luther King was not a good person.
Oh, please, that thing again. They say if you have nothing nice to say about dead people, don't say anything about all. May he rest in peace.
Okay,
that's it.
But this Jesse Jackson conversation.
How do you take it? How do you take advice and stuff like that from people who's never lived what they're talking about?
Well, Charlie Kirk did take one for the team himself, so he kind of went out just like Martin Luther King.
Well, you already know what we say about that. She made sure she set that shit up.
Oh, so wait a minute. So Jesse sets up Martin Luther King. What he said, Erica set up Charlie?
I mean, that's just what it looked like to me. I'm just saying.
You sure you ain't just seeing conspiracies? Like you might just be seeing conspiracies.
No, I see patterns. I see patterns. And again, I go read these stories and what her connection is to these people that that actually was hunting him down. He spoke the unspoken, which when he started talking about releasing those files and shit, you see that's when he was offed.
Well, I mean, I see Erica.
With all the shit he spoke about African American people, black people, whatever, ain't none of us take him out. He was taken out by those people where he was supposed to open.
I'm being told that Charlie Kirk was taken out by liberals, same liberals that tried to take out Trump.
Yeah, that shit is funny as fuck.
Wait a minute, but this guy something, by the way, I meant to talk about this as a topic, but I didn't cover it because we just had another it was a mass shooting out in Rhode Island at a hockey game or whatever.
You seen that?
Transgender shooter. We're starting to have a rise. The one before this, I believe, was transgender. What's going on?
He was their father. The father took out the son and the son's mother. Well, he unalived the daughter.
Wasn't the shooter a trans? Wasn't he trans?
He was a trans man, trans, whatever, however you word that or fix it. But he was trans, and they were at a hockey game. I guess it was a high school hockey event,
right?
And he took out his kids and his baby mama.
But what is it does seem
I don't know
like
if they all on the live, but I know two people plus him are gone.
Yeah, but it does seem like transgender people are now disproportionately, they're committing more. Because the transgender community is very, very small segment of our population, but they're starting to be involved in these things at a disproportionately high rate. Do we have a problem or something?
So they said he could have. Well, the son said that he had mental issues. He had a son or a daughter. One of them spoke and said that he was battling with mental illness.
Yeah, and I seen it. And I see in the comments, I got a couple of people, who was that? Betty at Ain't What's That is saying that's a fucking lie to him and not disproportionately. Hell, he is disproportionate. The transgender community is well under 1% of our population. They're committing more than 1% of these things. So, yeah, it is disproportionately high.
The numbers they gave earlier was like 0.8 something.
Yeah.
As far as them committing the what you call it. And I just want to be corrective to people that's calling you Uncle Tom. Uncle Tom was actually a good man. Uncle Tom was one who was helping out people that were actually enslaved. He wasn't the bad guy. Now, if you want to call him something, the Sambo was a little.
Don't give him more shit. I actually get icons. I get icons of fucking raccoons in my comment. But you know something? I get the same shit. MAGA calls me crazy and fucking every damn thing too. So I don't have any love. The liberals hate me and MAGA hates me.
Yeah.
So
gangsta grandma call you a lot of shit. She gets in your ass.
Yeah, the liberals tear me apart. Then when I start talking to MAGA, they say the same shit. So that's what. Listen, that's why I say meet that damn hat and mustache. Go, goddamn it! I'm taking a pounding for your entertainment.
Let's get these numbers up. And Tim, I felt bad for you the other day when you was out there on that bike. Your head looked like it was cold as a motherfucker. I said you should have sent me your P.O. box. I would have made you a hat and sent you one. Ooh. You would have been all right.
All right, well, I'm not going to hate on a woman that tells me to wear a hat. Sometimes I don't want to, but I'll wear the hat. Send me the. We're talking off camera, and thank you for that. Yeah. Appreciate that.
You had that slow boy helmet on, so I see why you had that.
I was cold.
You had that slow boy
and I have an e-bike, and I put that because I was trying to cruise, but on the way back, because I had several miles to go. I'm doing like 25, 30 miles an hour. I was freezing. Freezing. Like it was cold. It was cold. I gotta move it on, Miss Mobetta, though. All right. You just opened my eyes on something. I gotta look into that. I have never heard that.
Hey, I heard it. I did long time ago.
All right. Appreciate you coming through. Thank you. Thank you. All right, moving on. By the way, tap the screen. Get us on up to 45,000. If you're watching on YouTube, I need you guys to do me a favor. Smash that like button. This is uncensored conversation. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. You can be critical of anyone. You know how that works, including yours truly. That's how free speech works. All we ask is that you don't spam. Occasionally we get that, but other than that, we certainly are about free speech here. So smash that like button for zero censorship. But yeah, wow. Jesse Jackson set up MLK. That's new. I hadn't heard that. I had not heard that. Wow. So listen, now, I suppose anything is possible, but why would... I would need to know what would be the purpose of him doing that. Did you get paid? Because the white community continued hating him until death. So, like, what was the purpose of you setting the man up? You set the man up so the enemy could take him out, and the enemy continue wanting to take you out. I don't see the goal. James Harper says fame. You think Jesse Jackson derived his fame from being near MLK when he got on that balcony? I think Jesse Jackson earned his fame here. Because he was climbing through the ranks and all. I don't think he got fame from that. Now, if he got money, as Mr. Mobetta said, that would be a different argument. But I haven't heard this. I'm really surprised because of where I grew up and things like that. Jesse Jackson was real big in Chicago on the south side of the city where I'm from. And I've never heard it from my mom or any of them folks who all of them rose up in that era. You know, my mom born and raised in Tennessee, my grandma, Hattiesburg, Mississippi, my grandma on the other side, Memphis, all of the civil rights era shit. Both of my sides of my family not only can be traced right into slavery itself, but they also, both sides fled the Jim Crow and all of the horrible treatment in the South, and they moved to Chicago. That's why Chicago blew up with so many African Americans. They're running from that shit. So my roots are real knee deep in that stuff. Never heard of this. Never heard of this. And I absolutely can't stand that picture back there because if Don King is a pick, it's propaganda. Well, this picture behind me features Trump, Jesse Jackson, Don King, and Muhammad Ali. Listen, they're saying Trump is a racist. I see him on here taking friendly pictures with a lot of black guys. Somebody explain it. Yes, that's what I've been saying. He wanted the spotlight. That ain't how you get it. I don't understand. To me, you want MLK spotlight, a man that is receiving death threats by the hundreds per day. That's the spotlight you want? It ain't like Martin Luther King was getting, uber wealthy or anything. Who would want that spotlight? I don't get that. To me, I'd have to see more into that. I haven't heard it. Doesn't mean he isn't racist. What the fuck, Tim? I'm asking. Now you heard it. Do you believe it, Tim? I need to see a lot. What really makes it hard for me to believe, and I'll go to the box, tap the screen, get us up to 45,000. Smash that like button, my YouTubers. And if you're currently watching us on Instagram or Substack, feel free to follow the program as well. I guess the difficult part about it is the fact that I haven't heard it in my 50 some odd years, considering how close. Like I said, this guy was big in my city, in addition to the black community all over the country, but the guy had tons of enemies. We're talking about Jesse Jackson Jr. Probably at least 30 to 40% of the white community that did not favor what he was fighting for. Why wouldn't they make this stuff known? I mean, just the idea that I haven't heard this is what really makes it hard to swallow, because there were plenty of people that did not like Jesse Jackson that would have put this out if he was involved in trying to set up MLK. And I just never heard it from any of them. And that's where the surprise is. Keep our city name out your mouth, dude, says Rude Boy. Okay, so I can't talk about certain cities. All right. I'm from Calumet Park. How about that? He wasn't big in Chicago. We knew what him and his brother. He was big in Chicago. Not to mention, did his son just become a congressman also? And then ended up getting indicted and shit? And ended up losing his job, using some of his campaign funds to buy his girlfriend jewelry and shit. He was big in Chicago. You crazy? Don't hate because he has the balls to do what he had to do for the country. Don't hate Trump because he has big balls. Look, ain't nothing wrong with having big balls. Nothing wrong with that at all. It's the problem when you go around deliberately nutting on everybody. Unnecessarily jagging up. What Trump does, the big ball part, we can discuss that. But when you go and deliberately just go around skeeting on every fucking body, that's where you're getting the problems at. And that's what Trump does. She got that mess off of YouTube. Faison Sampson said my last caller got that mess off of YouTube. Are we at 45,000? Not quite. Tap the screen. Help your boy out. And we'll go straight to SAG. Good evening, SAG. I only hate one man, and he isn't a politician. Who is the man you hate that is not a politician? And let me know if I need to transition before you answer your question. Deliberately nothing on everybody. Hilarious. Don't know what that means there. I'm from the same area, and his dad was racist, and Trump is also. Yikes. I did hear that Fred Trump, Trump's dad, was actually, attending Klan rallies and shit. I have heard that. Chris Mobetta says a caller on YouTube. That's funny. Trump has squirrel's balls. He's afraid. Afraid of what? Tap the screen. Get us up to 45,000. We'll take the next caller there. A lot of lazy thumbs in here. Don King, one shady dude, says Explosive. Look, the industry Don King is in probably has had shady dudes in it. I mean, just like the music industry, television industry. I mean, when you're trying to get into showbiz and big industries like that, the only difference is Don King was a black man doing it. It's usually, J people, so to speak. The J people are known for doing that. You know what I'm saying when I say J people? I mean, you don't normally have African Americans that are in the position of Don King was to do that. But that industry is corrupt no matter what. It ain't just Don King. He just was doing it in that industry. Why is Trump allowing white South Africana immigrants to the U.S. but not black people? Well, is he still doing that? I know he let 59 in, and that was essentially purchased by Elon Musk. But is that still happening? I haven't heard this happening anymore. Hey, Tim, the faster you let people up, you can get people out of the box. I'm not going to be, look, every time this show in the box is still loaded. Period. I mean, I could be on here for 10 hours and there would still be people in the box. There's no way you're going to get people, quote unquote, out of the box. The realized person in that picture is Muhammad Ali. Yeah. Get us up to 45,000. Trump is going to give all that money to his sons and his family. That's what he's supposed to do, isn't it? Leaving it behind as a inheritance. We'll go to Single Rose. Good evening, Single Rose. Tyson did not appreciate King's motive. Fair taking his money. Single, good evening. Are you there? Okay, apparently we have somebody here and they're not here, so we will move it on. Who gives a fuck about Tyson? Well, he's a huge celebrity. What do you mean, who gives a fuck? Well, a lot of people like Mike Tyson. Just maybe not you. We'll try with Dub. Moving on with the program. Are we at 45,000? A lot of lazy thumbs in here. What? Don't let Trump fool you. He'll want to school you. He wants America white. Joe Ramirez, you think Trump wants the country to be 100% white? Dub, good evening.
Hey, good evening, man. Hey. I passed by your show a couple of times and then didn't really stop to listen to it because I saw all the MAGA shit in the background and all of that type of stuff. But, one thing I've learned to do is start listening. And, I think some of the brothers need to think twice before they come off with the incorrect Uncle Tom insults and stuff like that.
Thank you.
I'll let you know when I disagree with you, but I'm surprised no one has mentioned anything about Hillary Clinton trying to keep this war going on in Ukraine. While
she has no power.
Yeah, but she's the one sitting up there suggesting that we give them tomahawks. So look, I'm not a Trump supporter, but like you were talking with the last caller, can you give Trump credit on stuff? Yeah, okay. you can. I mean, the pardons, the record that he's gonna set for pardons as black folks. Think about how many people been arrested unjustly.
Yeah, but he ain't pardoning black folks. Most of the people he's pardoning are not black.
I understand, but you got 3 more years of this bullshit, so we'll see what happens. The numbers got to come up, right?
They don't have to come up for black people, though.
I know, but I think if they put pressure on them, given the January 6th shit and all that type stuff. But I heard you talk earlier about the gas prices. Mm-hmm. To me, gas prices coming down under Biden. He spiked them, and they started to drop under him towards the end of his administration. I don't think presidents have that much impact.
No, they don't. Here's my take on it. I believe that I look at a president like a coach of a team. You could be a shitty coach. If your team, let's say you got Michael Jordan on the team and your team wins the championship, even though you were a piece of shit for a coach, you still get a ring as well. So I believe when you're the coach of the team, you get credit for the wins and losses, regardless if you had anything to do with them or not. So the president may not control gas prices, so to speak, of any significant nature. But if gas prices go down under his watch, I'm going to give him credit because if they go up under his watch, they're going to blame him for it.
They're going to blame him. That's true. And I think it happens with every president. And then I'm kind of shifting gears a little bit. I'm probably one of the few who don't think Maduro should have been taken out.
Explain. Elaborate.
Follow me real quick. I read an article the other day. It was written by, someone over in Venezuela. I forgot the name. I still have it saved, but it's a legitimate article. But it goes all the way back to Chavez. And they quoted Chavez as saying that the U.S. was going to put a target on him and say that he was a drug dealer. And that had been happening through multiple administrations, right? Now, I see the parallel with Trump and Maduro, because Maduro was the people's person.
No, badass. Thank you. Well, let me just say this. I don't remember Obama or because Chavez died in 2013 somewhere. And thank you, badass. Appreciate that. I don't recall Obama really talking about Venezuela much at all, did he?
Right. I don't think he did it as hard, but they've always been kind of villainized by the U.S. a little bit under the Bush administration. Definitely. So now let's make them the boogeyman, right? Yeah. This guy was elected the first time because he was a union guy. He was a guy that came up on the populace of the people, right? Now, this is just my limited.
Well, they claim he was an illegitimate. They claim he stole the election.
Exactly. What I mean, that's the word that we get fed over in the U.S. Yeah. All I'm saying is, for me, the jury's not out on it. So then what happened to the drug boats? All of a sudden we're going to blow up drugs because he's running biggest piece of lie propaganda. But like you said, Trump got the balls, man.
But let me ask you, between Trump and Biden, who do you think is better for leading this country?
I hate to say it.
Take your time. Sound it out.
I hate to say Trump right now.
Explain why. Give me your reasoning why.
I don't think the U.S. would have been doing this damn proxy war with Ukraine. I think the shit would have been avoided.
It was already going on. It was already in fact, the proxy war under Biden was bigger than it is now. What do you mean?
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. But I think the Democrats are the ones that have really been pushing this shit. Think about it. If I got a fence line and you're my next door neighbor, and I see you out there adjusting your fence, and you get it closer to my fence line, I'm gonna say, hey, God, man, you're getting a little too close, And then I come back and tell you again, and I say, man, you're getting kind of close, and y'all say, man, fuck you, man, whatever. And I tell you, the next time you do something like that, my response is gonna be asymmetrical, which is what Putin told the U.S.
Yeah, but your fence argument, where it sounds like your property line is moving. Ukraine didn't do any of that. Where are you getting that from?
Right. Ukraine, to me, is caught in a crosscut. the Europeans don't want them in there, and they can't get any more support from the European Union. It all they're stalling with votes.
So then let me ask it to you this way. Do you believe Russia was in the Ukraine-Russian war? Who's the bad guy?
I mean, we're gonna frame Russia.
No, I'm asking you. Who do you think the bad guy is?
Honestly, I think Russia is doing the same thing that the other imperialistic countries are.
That don't answer the question. Who's the bad guy?
I just don't want to say Putin is the bad guy in this.
Why not?
I really don't.
Why? If he's the bad guy, why don't you want to? You related to Putin?
Because I think that this has been going on long before the 4 years have started. I think this has been going on since all of this stuff about them joining NATO and them joining the European Union, all that type of stuff. That's when all of this stuff happened.
So so we got a war going on, and there's no bad guy.
No, there's a bad guy.
Who's the bad guy?
I think you can say Putin is a bad guy.
No, who do you say? No, who do you say is the bad guy?
I think the U.S. is the bad guy because they overthrew. They somehow got out the democratically elected president of Ukraine before Zelensky got in there. Everything was running fine. Well, all of a sudden erupt now. Just makes you wonder.
So so what you're saying is if the U.S. did not have their hand in the Ukraine, that war would have never happened.
Oh, no doubt. No doubt. I think that would have been, I don't think that war would be going on. I think both sides would have been able to coexist peacefully in that region. But everybody think about it. In the beginning, everybody was saying, well, Putin's going to take over all of Europe if he gets Ukraine. That's not true. What is he going after? He's going after the part that was originally part of Russia.
I got to tell you something. Your view of this goes against the actual folks that are in that region. Poland and Romania, all those countries believe that Putin was going to come after them. They all see this differently than you do.
I understand that, but I also understand that is the news that we get in the West. And I think that if you go over there and you actually talk to more people than what gets delivered to us, you might find out something different. Now, do I think Putin is a saint? Absolutely not. No. I think he's like any other world dominant leader, right? But I don't think, it's just me, I don't think his goal is to take over all of Europe. They can barely handle what they have.
Well, they did have the Soviet Union before. They were a major world superpower. And I listen, if you've been a champion once, you're gonna want to be a champion again. I gotta assume when you think about the wealth and things like I would assume he would want to be back on top again.
I mean, I don't know. I don't. I just don't think he does. I mean, all empires, just as empires rise, empires fall.
Yeah, but they go if we lose our superpower status, and make no mistake about it, people are saying that Trump may lead us into doing that. But if we lose our superpower status, the next president after that, our presidents are always going to want to put us back up there again. You want to be back on top.
No doubt. That's why the Defense Department budget gets bigger and bigger every year, and nobody says anything.
Right. So why would you think that Russia wouldn't want to be a superpower again as well?
I just don't think they do. That's just my feeling. Maybe they do.
Yeah.
But I just don't see them trying to go after all of Europe. All of Europe? I don't see them.
I mean, maybe not all of Europe, maybe just the former Soviet countries. You got folks who suggest that the Ukraine is part of Russia anyway, suggesting that they should have the right to take it back.
Right, exactly. It's just I don't know, the way I start to look at things as I get older is, I don't know, Gil Scott said it best to me, right? It's a massive irony for all the world to see. It's the nation's capital. It's Washington, D.C. And I just learned to look at both sides of the coin. And I just find it funny sometimes how we in the U.S. talk about all this stuff, but we do the very same thing that we're criticizing folks for doing.
That is true. So let me ask you this. Trump's been in office for a little bit over a year. You've indicated that you believe he would be a better leader for this nation than Biden. How do you think he's doing so far? I always ask people to give me a letter grade like they used to in school, A, B, C, D, or F. What would you give him so far a little bit after a year?
Oh, after a year? No higher than a D. I think the dude's a fuck up.
So, but he's better than Biden.
I think so. I mean,
so what was Biden? What was Biden, a flat F?
No, I'm sorry. I wouldn't give Biden a flat F. I mean, I would give him the C because wait.
How could you give Biden a C but suggest Trump is better than Biden, who you're only giving a D?
Well, I guess what I'm talking about when it comes down to avoiding world conflicts and trying to keep that down. Right now, my view of the Democratic Party has shifted to them being warmongers. That's just my view of the Democratic Party.
So you see the Democrat Party as warmongers, but you see Trump as keeping conflicts down.
I see him as keeping conflicts down more so than Biden did. I mean, Biden what did he fire into Russia?
You do realize that Trump has bombed 8 different countries in only a year in office, right?
Right. But how many all-out wars are we in?
How many were we in under Biden?
I mean, we weren't in the all-out war. It's more proxy wars and stuff. But I'm sorry. I just think that this Ukraine thing would have been avoided under Trump. That's what I think. Do I think he's a racist? Hell yeah. Just because he got that picture in the background, that gives a white guy an opportunity to say, some of my best friends are black. You know what I'm saying? So that dude is racist as the day is long and proud of it too. He stands 10 toes down on it, no doubt.
So I'm assuming you're African American, correct?
Yes, I am.
I'm assuming you didn't vote for a racist, right?
No, hell no, I didn't vote for Trump.
You voted for.
No, it's just that what you really hear me saying is that I'm having a hard time finding in this what is it, bilateral system we have. I'm having a hard time finding the true difference between the Democrats and the Republicans. Now, the extremists, they're easy to pick apart, right? The ones on the far right, they're easy to pick apart. But to me, they double down on some of the same policies.
Do you believe that? Do you believe the Democrat leaders are racist too?
Oh, I believe it exists in there. Absolutely.
Give me some well-known Democrat leaders that you feel are racist, as well as you mentioned with Trump.
What's the guy out of, was it West Virginia?
You're talking about Joe Manchin. Joe Manchin.
Yeah, Joe Manchin, right? Oh, it doesn't come across as it. I call them red dog Democrats because they're going to come in your church. They're going to sit up there and say, I don't feel no ways tired. They're going to get that vote.
Sure, 14. So let me ask you this then. What is Trump, because I get this every time somebody makes a statement like you. What has Trump ever said or did to make you indicate he's racist?
The fact that he really doesn't care about leveling the playing field. I know people will talk about the DEI tearing that down, even though more white women benefited from that than blacks did, But the fact that it is this whole thing of, I'm going to restructure the Civil Rights Department. So if you're a white guy and you've been discriminated against, you need to file your claims. The farmers, let's go to the farmers and stuff, how the black farmers can't get what they need. And then when they try to get the playing field level, they allow the white farmers to come in and sue and knock it right back down.
Wow.
That's what helps kind of shape my mind about Trump. And here's the other thing about Trump. People keep saying Trump, Trump, Trump. That's where the Democrats go wrong. They want to get your vote by talking about what they're going to do to Donald Trump. Trump is like the ornament on the hood of the car. You see what I'm saying?
Explain.
You got to get, it's more than just the ornament on the hood of the car, right? You got to get down into that. You got to look at those number twos, the Bannons. You got to look at all of those folks, the votes, the Russell votes, the ones that saying we are in what we're going to do post-constitutional era.
Yeah.
Come on, man. Trump is the ornament. Trump is the one that they can go whisper in his ear. I don't think he's that smart. And they can say, hey, look, this, that, and the other. Yeah, okay.
I disagree with you that he's not that smart. You don't get to the highest level there is on the planet without being at least somewhat he knows how to speak to people. I mean, he knows how to energize a crowd. I mean, he knew how to sell himself.
I will stand corrected on that. Sharp businessman, knows how to get the numbers, marketing, and all of that type stuff. Knows way more than I do. Does he know that? Absolutely. So I stand corrected on that because, like him or not, he's sharp enough to maneuver the way he's moving and be successful on it, like him or not, right? Yeah. And I really don't care for the dude. But again, when it comes down to it, some of the things that the Democrats get away with, I'm so surprised that people don't sit up there and say shit about it, man. So
but think about what you said. You don't favor the way the Democrats are running the country, but the other side hates you. You believe the other side is racist. So I got a choice, to vote for somebody that might not be the best for world affairs, might not be the best for the economy. I can either vote for that person who may suck at running the country. The other side is racist. They mean they hate me. They hate me. These are I'm going to go with the bad economy for now. That's what I'm saying. Yep. Based on what you're saying, you should certainly not have trouble making a decision.
I don't know about that. It's like saying the lesser of the two evils, and it's still evil.
Well, to me, when you get to the era of hate, that means you might get wrongfully locked up. You might get wrongfully executed. You may be kept in part. I mean, think about what hate is about. That's far worse than any of the stuff you're citing on the left about not running the economy well or not being. You're talking about hate. That's about as bad as it can get.
And what I'm saying is, I think on the left they can keep that shit under the carpet, right? Until it starts. Let me ask you this: when Harris was running for president, do you think all of the entire Democratic Party was happy about that?
No.
About a black woman being in there? Hell no. Why? But on the surface, On the surface, oh yeah, we're for you, and they'll come to your church. But there's that line that you don't cross, and I think that's what I hear that's being exposed.
Well, put it this way: you think somebody like Kamala, you think an African American woman would ever reach the nomination on the right now?
Yes, if there's a big if they can have their own platform to run on.
So you believe if it's a good platform, the Republican Party would nominate a black woman as its...
Oh, no, absolutely not. Absolutely not. No, I thought you meant on the Democratic side.
I wanted to make sure I provided clarity. I wanted to make sure you were clear what you were saying. Okay.
I thought you meant on the Democratic side. Yeah, no. If they're smart, if they're sharp, and all of that type stuff, but I think where Harris messed up is that she said she wouldn't change anything different other than what Biden did, and she did not. All white people listen. She did not reach out to black folks.
Fair enough. I got to move it on, but before I let you go real quick, before I let you go, what's your opinion on what's on the screen?
The truth. That's how that guy feels. Like this is don't take it the wrong way, but I can respect somebody who shows me their true colors more than I can the person who's trying to string me along, but that's how they are all along. So this is nothing different. I was wrong today about Trump. I told my people on my group chat, y'all look for Trump to say something negative about Jesse Jackson. Look for him to, but that was me not doing my homework, not understanding the prior relationship that they had, right? But to me, that's the truth, man.
All right. Fair enough. I got to move it on, Double M.
Yeah, keep doing your thing.
Thank you.
Keep doing it. I'm going to follow you, and I'm gonna contribute something in the little bucket for you.
I appreciate that. On both counts. Come on back anytime, man. Thank you.
Yeah, man.
All right. Moving on with the program. Tap the screen. Get us on up to 65,000. Looking in the comments, there's a reason host is cross-eyed. It reflects his thinking. Thank you there, Sanctuary. No woman should be president, and I'm a woman saying that. Kathy, I see you in the comments. Kathy May says no woman should be president, and I'm a woman saying. I'm actually going to tell you, I'm amazed. Thank you, JPT Farms, for the hat mustache. Yeah, I am utterly surprised at how many women do not believe women should be president. This is not just a misogynistic thing coming from men or Republicans or anything. I see a lot of women that believe women should not lead this country. Badass Boss says those are white women. Yeah, I guess. I don't know if I've seen a woman of color say it. I wouldn't be surprised if some Hispanic, I don't think a black woman will say it, but I wouldn't be surprised if some Hispanic women were saying it, because a lot of it, I guess, is Christian based, the hierarchy, God, man, woman, child, where people believe that's the hierarchy and a woman should submit to the man and things like that. So I think religion plays a part in it as well. But there's a lot of women that do believe that a woman should not be president, should not be a leader. Here's the thing I don't understand. When you look at history, for the most part, male leaders have not really even taken the existence of women into consideration. Like when they do health studies and things like that, they don't even take women into consideration. Why would you vote for somebody that ain't even considering your whole gender? I'm surprised that women are saying it. I really am. I know a black woman that's MAGA that feels that way, says Tamar. Okay, there you go. I love women, not in the gay way. Okay. Why they lead other countries, Mexico and area in Africa? Yeah, there has been some women in leadership. Angela Merkel of Germany, I believe. Was it Thatcher of the UK? And she was fairly effective. So, I mean, there have been some women that have led, and they've done a decent job at it. If a woman ever was a leader, we would never go back, says Ocean. We had an African-American as a leader, and we certainly wouldn't back. I don't know if I agree with that totally. Get us up to 65,000. We'll take the next caller. Trump wanted Jesse Jackson to be president. I have never heard that before. Where are you getting that from? Pam Bondi for president? That absolutely would never happen. Look, That's a mess. I'm just going to say it like that. Pam Bondi, no, that ain't going to happen. Tim, you left out how Trump made it about himself when talking about Jesse Jackson. In what way? I know he brought up the Barack Hussein Obama statement, and I think he said something like he gave money or something. I mean, he did make it about himself, but fact is he spoke positively of a person in death. And for Trump, that ain't always certain. Any other leader, you expect him to bury the hatchet and just either say something positive or remain silent. But for Trump, I mean, you've seen Griner stabbed to death by his own child and Trump attacked the dude. So with Trump, all professionalism is out the window. So you just never know with President Trump. So I was surprised. I didn't expect him to say anything positive about Jesse Jackson at all. I thought it would either be negative or just like with Martin Luther King's birthday, just not say anything at all. I was surprised that he said something positive. Women for president sooner than later. Good luck with that. People who can't define what a woman is telling you there is going to be a woman president is hilarious. Let me just say something real quick. One of the things the right really hates is when the left groups them up as all racist. The racist thing is getting worn out. You guys throw it around too much. You don't know what a woman thing is the same way. I don't know if you realize it or not, but obviously there's a whole host of Democrats that do know what a woman is. So this is what I always say. Don't sling mud and then bitch when you get dirty. If you have no problem grouping all liberals in this same bucket, then you can't say a fucking thing when they do the same to you. You can't say a thing at all when they do it to you. Because there's a hell of a lot of liberals that know what a woman is, goddammit. So I just want to make sure you understand. If you're going to go around saying liberals don't know what a woman is, you have no complaint when they say you're all racist or they throw something negative back at you. Because you're slinging mud and bitching about getting dirty. Let me go back to the box. We'll keep it going with, I don't know what I'm looking at there, but we'll go to Tamar. Good evening, Tamar. Women for president. So I saw that already. We'll see if it happens. I don't know, though. How many genders are there? Tamar, good evening.
Tim, what's up, brother?
Not much at all. I'm in the trenches today. The man spoke positively of a black man, yet they're saying he's racist. What say you?
I mean, if you have to state that you're not a racist, then chances are more than likely you're a racist.
Well, the guy does say he's the least racist person you know.
I know, but he has to try to make that clear to people that, oh, I'm not a racist. I have black friends and stuff like that. But then the minute, oh, see, I have 3 black friends. Oh shit, there's 4 niggas in here. Like when you have to put out things, you know what I mean?
Well, but what about the notion that hip hop artists and all of them were rapping about Trump and all of that?
Yeah, because he was a popular celebrity. You know what I mean? Of course. He was considered rich and he was a popular celebrity.
Yeah, but they wouldn't, even if he's popular now, they're not going to rap about. If you think he's racist, though, I mean, obviously the hip hop community didn't see him as racist. And Hanson Conservative says, how are you going to talk about women in power and not bring me up? Stand by. What does Trump say? Stand back and stand by. So, but
stand back and stand down.
Yeah.
Stand down and stand
Yeah,
by.
stand back and stand. So what I'm saying, though, is it's pretty clear that many African Americans did not think the guy was racist when he was in New York.
Yeah, because he wasn't on the same platform that he was on now. Now that he's actually the president, some of the things he's doing is obviously,
Give me three of the greatest hits. Give me 3 things Trump did that leads you to say it's obvious he's racist.
Of course, the posting the picture of the Obamas and not apologizing about it. I would say all the stuff that he was doing with the what's the shit? Not affirmative action.
The DEI.
What's it called?
Affirmative action's in that crowd. Yeah, DEI and affirmative. He did both.
Like people said, it affects more white people, but they're not looking at it.
Let me just interrupt you. Let me interrupt you. Hold on. Let me interrupt you. In regards to him posting that photo or better yet, video of Barack Obama's primaries. Flame Train CBD says, watch the whole video. This is kind of like the whole Charlie Kirk thing. If you see it in, the whole thing, it ain't changing nobody. We've seen the whole, I don't think anybody comment on that Barack Obama, Michelle Obama as primaries. I don't think there's anybody commenting on that has not seen the whole video. It doesn't change your mind.
Election fraud.
Yeah, it doesn't change your mind.
Because it was about election fraud. So that's why they say you have to watch the whole video
to get the content. It's the same thing with Charlie Kirk. The same thing with Charlie Kirk. They say if you don't just go by the snippets and you watch the whole thing, it doesn't change your mind. I've watched the whole video. It doesn't. Whatever opinion you have, you're going to still have that opinion.
Mm-hmm.
So
and the fact is, like if it was a mistake or not, the proper thing to do was to apologize about it. He doubled down on it and basically said, "Oh no," basically like the Caroline Lovett lady. She said, "Oh, it was a staffer or something like that." And then he goes on the plane on Air Force One and says, "No, it was me," basically.
Yeah. So
like you would have to pull your.
So he posted the video. That's one. Affirmative action DEI. That's two. Give me a third.
I would say the stuff that he's doing with the colleges, with the historic black colleges, like you said it like well they don't have to keep coming back, but I believe you said or somebody was saying like now they only get a certain amount that every year that they have to get. Like if they need more or whatever, they have to actually come back to the White House.
And that only affects the HBCUs?
Yeah. Right?
I don't know. I don't know if that makes him a racist though.
Oh, maybe I would say more about Obama not being born in this country.
Yeah.
Because he had an African father. That was.
I guess also to some degree, it's the sum of how many things that can be brought up. If you do one ridiculous thing, I mean, people are going to say it's racist, but you can kind of. But the fact is, with President Trump, we can talk about sombreros on Hakeem Jeffries' head. I mean, it's like there's every few months you're doing something else so. The amount of things you can throw at somebody, and I see folks going all the way back to the Central Park 5, but I'm talking about even just since he's been president, like, it is amazing at how many things he does that has to be explained away, and it's like, why? Why keep doing it over and over again? Because now we're talking about, now we're talking about Black history being removed and exhibits and stuff being taken down. It's a lot of stuff. I mean, he's a busy man.
Famous picture with the guy with the whelps on his back or whatever.
Yeah.
The picture of the guy on his whelp. They took that they took that exhibit down too, right? Yeah. Or they're trying to.
Yeah. In fact, I got I think it was MS Now where they did a clip. I got a clip in here of several Harriet Tubman exhibit came down and they ended up speaking out. It had to be put back. I mean,
I'm glad you said her name.
Yeah, there's a bunch of these things they've done that too. And then of course, how he's.
I'm glad you said Harriet Tubman. I got something to ask about that. What happened with her going on the $20 bill? Didn't the Trump administration?
He stopped that the first time. Yeah, he stopped that in the first term. He did stop that. Yeah, he stopped that too. Yeah. So
there you go.
Yeah. Yeah, like I said,
I've been meaning to say something about that before.
Yeah, and like I said, it would be something we could explain away if it was just one thing or something. But there is a lot there that has to. All of this stuff has to be explained away as harmless, and then racist jokes that are only jokes and all. Like it's a lot there. The man is a busy man.
The Kennedy Center, there was a when he first got inaugurated the second time. I guess there was a symphony of a black composer that was kind of based on the hip hop, and that was one of the first things they got rid of when he took over the Kennedy Center.
Yeah, I mean, like I said,
because it had a hip hop, it had a theme, but it was a very popular composed, I guess, a symphony it was very popular in the Kennedy Center.
Oh, well, like I said, I'm willing to give him credit where I think he deserves credit. But yeah, with the amount of African American history and things like that he's taken down, it does beg to question, why. And then, of course, restoring Confederate names and bases back to the, so you're taking down Black history, but you're restoring the racism part of history. Yeah, I don't understand.
And then in this term, there's not one single Black person in his cabinet. Before it was only Ben Carson and maybe Condoleezza Rice. I think she's was it her? Oh no,
no, he had Omarosa in there. Ben Carson, Omarosa. Yeah, Ben Carson and Omarosa. Yeah. I mean, look,
that's it.
In this time, it's even less diverse than then.
Herschel Walker.
Well, Herschel Walker wasn't on his. He wasn't in his administration. Herschel Walker was not in his administration.
I think he's the ambassador to like the Bahamas or something like that. I think.
Was he? Okay. Well, anyway, I
think he just made him.
Oh, you mean now?
Yeah, I think that's maybe that's something. Herschel Walker might be ambassador to like Jamaica or some shit like that.
No, I didn't hear that.
I'm not sure.
And real quick, Flame Train in the comments says, does the host or guests know who all fought in the Confederate Army? Yeah, I mean, there were African Americans that fought on behalf of the Confederates, but I mean, we got history.
They had no choice.
Yeah, not only did they not have no choice, you see how the Confederate states acted after losing that war. What did you think was going to happen to them? They went right from slavery to Jim Crow. So clearly they were fighting for something that was not in their best interest. But I want you to hear this, Tamar.
Where, remember, in December, Trump added his own name, of course, to the building. And I suppose that's not much of a surprise when you look at how this administration has been treating Black history artifacts and figures. The Trump administration told the National Museum of African American History and Culture to remove improper ideology and scrub exhibits that focus on systemic racism. Members of the administration have consistently minimized the horrors of slavery and discounted its foundational role in shaping America. Trump also removed memorials honoring enslaved people across the country. And it doesn't really stop at the museums. It's become pretty widespread. The Pentagon mistakenly removed and then had to restore after pushback Jackie Robinson's military biography. The same thing happened with Harriet Tubman's archives in the National Park Service. Trump also ordered national park gift shops to remove items promoting DEI, whatever that means at this point. On top of that, for weeks, he's been subjecting a Black...
So all of that shouldn't be happening that fucking quickly. That shouldn't be happening that quickly like that unless it's deliberate.
Because he's trying to erase Black history. I'm telling you, Tim, this is going to be it's almost like he's trying to do as much damage as possible in case he doesn't get off being reelected in 2028.
But let me ask you,
a Democrat does win.
Yeah, I've heard you're not the only one I've heard say that. But let me ask you this question. This is coming from Dog Catcher 368. He says, "How long y'all want to keep talking about slavery?" Serious question. I'll give it to you. I got my own take on it, but I'll give it to you.
For as long as we're damn pleased. It happened as part of history. How long they talk about the Confederate Army?
Yeah.
How long they talk about when they talk about making America great again? When has America never been great?
And that's
fuck out of here with that dumb shit.
And that's kind of my same answer, Dog Catcher, is that look, slavery and the Confederacy, all that stuff happened at the exact same period in history. So if you're waving a Confederate flag while telling people why you keep talking about slavery, it literally screams, I want to talk about my history, but you need to shut the fuck up about yours. They happen at the exact same time. So how do you name bases after Confederates but say we need to get over talking about slavery? These things happen together.
Because hundreds of years later, it still affects the Black families. They never got reparations, but the damn slave owners did. How's that even possible? It's still to this day, slavery affects the Black race.
Well, you know, many on the right don't believe that though. They're gonna ask you how the hell are you affected by slavery that took place, 100 plus years ago?
There's still corporations that benefited today, right now, that benefited from the slave profit in America. Google it.
And families too.
There's more than one.
And families too.
Yeah, exactly.
So, all right, Tamar. Go ahead.
Chase.
Fair enough. I mean, listen, it's one of those things like the guest said, how long you guys going to talk about it? To me, if you stop talking about the Confederate flag, that would be a step in the right direction. But you want to walk down the street waving a flag of the people who literally maintain the slaves and say, stop talking about slavery. Like, you want to protect your heritage. You say that, Confederates about pride and heritage. So you're going to talk about your heritage, but if your heritage reminds me of mine, I should keep quiet? That doesn't, yeah, I don't understand it. I will never understand how these two events happening at the same time. And by the way, the Confederate stuff, that stuff was a very tiny, tiny piece of history. I mean, how long did the Civil War last? A few years. Slavery is like hundreds of years. So,
and this country was built off of it.
Yeah,
Let's think. If not for slavery, America would not be what they was, and that's my opinion. And there's nobody that can change my mind on that.
Well said.
You think about as much money as the slave trade produced over those hundreds of years, and how America once they had the Revolution War and got their own independence, basically the South was the money maker before the North. Yeah. The North wasn't the money.
That's why they were willing to fight and die over
1800s.
it. That's why they were willing to fight and die over it. It was a ton of money they were making. Free labor, you can't argue with that.
Exactly. The North didn't actually gain their power to around the time where the Civil War happened.
Yeah, the industrial age is where they started making money. Yeah, I mean, listen, it's part of American history. Just like, we talk about Independence Day and separating from the English every July 4th. When are you gonna stop talking about that? Probably never. That's how the country was founded. Independence Day, July 4th, we're going to celebrate that every year. You're never going to stop talking about it. I don't know for some reason when it comes to black history that, we need to stop talking about that now. That's never going to happen, which is why Juneteenth is so unpopular to some, but Juneteenth is basically July 4th for African Americans.
Exactly. So just like Columbus Day is for the Italians.
Is it? What you talking about with him? Well, really?
Columbus Day is a very serious day for true blooded Italians, the ones that actually embrace it.
Okay, I'm learning a little bit. Tomorrow I gotta move it on though. Appreciate you coming in here, man. Thank you. And by the way, folks, you know what I'm gonna ask? Get us on up to 80,000. Reparations causes racism like a motherfucker. It's a nasty subject. It didn't cause reparations, I don't believe, when the Japanese got it from their internment camps. The white man received reparations for the law causing them to lose their slaves. They received reparations. I don't know if that caused racism, as you say, like a motherfucker. People have received reparations. It's just the African American community hasn't received it, but there are communities in this country that has received reparations. I don't think, in my opinion, that reparations causes racism like a motherfucker, as Jason says. I think being black causes racism like a motherfucker. I don't think it's coming from the reparations. I think it's coming from the color of the people getting them. You cannot forget the past and learn from it. True. I like that, Diane. I agree with that. Slavery was like 3% of the GDP at the time. Yeah, but if it's in the hands of the most powerful, they don't want to give it up. Real quick in the comments, before we move it on, Jewish people receive, yes, reparations were given in this country. It's just, it ain't got nothing to do with reparations. It's being black that's causing the problem. Blue One Banks, thank you for the good galaxy and your support. Thank you, Blue One Banks. So, racism is racism. I kind of agree with that, and I'm not one who believes that African Americans cannot be racist. I get hammered a lot by black viewers, because I do believe that anybody can be racist. I don't believe that it's something that only whites can be or only a person in a position of power. I believe anybody can be racist, and I believe everybody likely has at least a little bit of it in them. I'll talk about slavery long as I fucking want to. Yikes. I think Trump will do even more for African Americans in the next years. I'll tell you this. When we're discussing President Trump and giving him credit for what he's done for African Americans, it's all first term. The HBCU stuff, the economics and jobs that were allegedly created in the black community, it's all first term stuff. When you hear folks that truly support Trump, I'm talking about my beloved MAGA, when they're giving Trump credit for things he's done for the black community, it's all first term stuff. This year he's had in office now, there's nothing there. And like I said, I'm willing to give him credit for things that may be worthy. There's nothing there for the second term. In my opinion, even though I get criticized for always giving Trump credit for stuff like the border and stuff, in my opinion, Trump's second term has been anti-black. You just saw all of the closures of exhibits and things like that. That stuff is not pro-black. You saw what he said on Juneteenth and didn't address MLK Day and things like that. He obviously is doing nothing for Black History Month. My opinion, you guys can disagree with that, and you're entitled to do so. And this is free speech, no censorship. But my opinion, his second term has been fairly anti-black. Obviously, removing TPS status for the Haitians in Ohio, the ones that were allegedly eating cats and dogs, and certainly putting a bullseye on the backs of Somalis for, I suppose, a few of them being involved in fraud up in Minnesota. A few of them, the whole Somali community obviously wasn't involved in that. So to refer to them as garbage, I mean, we don't have a lot of black immigrants in the country. He's targeting the ones that are. So I don't know anything that is really there to brag about. Listen, when Trump was president the first time, the supporters of Trump were pointing to things he'd done for the black community to suggest he's not racist. Trump 2.0, well, it ain't his job to just look out for black people because there's nothing there. So you got to take it up where there was no problem giving him credit for things he'd done for black people in his first term. Second term, well, it ain't his job to just do for black people because there's nothing to bring up. He's following the Heritage Foundation's agenda, says Lily. Yeah, that won't be good. Who is the white joker behind you? I don't know. Somebody said my camera is off. Let me know if you guys can see me. Just type yes in the comments if you can actually see me. That'll solve that. Cheetos is not good enough to be okay. And everybody's saying yes, so we'll leave it at that. All right, let me go back to the box. Everybody said they see me, so I don't know where that's coming from. Maybe your device is problematic. That could be where that's happening from. Handsome Conservative, good evening. Welcome to the program. Removing past statues, etc., is sending messages. It is disrespectful. It's certainly sending, to take down stuff that's been there for years. Conservative, how do you feel about that? Hold
on a second. You were talking about women in power, and you were talking about slavery. Is this fucking Christmas? Am I being pranked? Are you serious?
Okay.
I got so much to say. People start cussing me out in the comments because here it goes. Okay. First of all, I heard, and you have to check this out to see if it's true, that not Kamala, but Clinton and what's her name, AOC, were thinking about running for president. I don't know if that's true, but it was told to me by my roommate just a couple days ago. So I'm just saying.
Yeah, I could see AOC doing it in the future. She's still very young. I think Hillary Clinton's time is come and gone.
Okay. Well, I'm just saying, because you brought up, women in power, and that first thing that popped into my mind, I was like, man, I hope they do. Please do.
Because you obviously wouldn't vote for them. You want them to run so they'll get slaughtered.
Oh, hell no, I'm not going to vote for them. But, dude, it's a win-win. If they run, they're going to be so scrutinized as the first women in power in the United States. All you're going to hear is, what have they done for me? That's all you're going to hear.
I guess that is, what is so bad about having a woman at the helm?
Look, we haven't had a woman at the helm. So if you want to be honest about it, all joking aside, okay, I don't know. It's just not something I would vote for.
Why not?
I can't say. Ooh, You were trying to get me in trouble.
I have to know why. Just simply being born with a vagina. Obviously, your side definitely knows what a woman. Your side definitely knows what a woman is. They make that clear. So you know what a woman is. So why? What is it about being a woman that coincides with leadership?
Do you know that lady just a little while ago who said, "I don't believe women should be in power," and that's coming from a woman?
Yes.
That's my take on it. I don't believe women should be in power, and I'm a guy, so that means nothing. But you're hearing other people say that too.
Have you been married before?
Have I been married? I've been married 3 times. We've gone over.
Oh yeah. Never mind. I forgot. You did tell me that. Okay, I'll leave it alone. But because I'm thinking, like, you got a mother, right?
I do have a mother.
She's incapable of leading? She's incapable of leading?
Well, first of all, God rest her soul. I loved my mother very much. But I am a product of a single mother household, a single family household. No man, no husband, no father. I come from that background.
So she held shit down while the dude was out. So that really is leadership material. You know how many women do that?
No. She did not hold things down. She divorced him, and then she threw us kids in social services until we were 18.
Oh, damn. Okay, I didn't expect that. Okay. All right, so your mom wasn't even... Okay. So I see where this is coming from now. So you didn't even see it from mom.
Yeah, she was like my grandfather used to say, God rest his soul, she was one of the first victims of women's liberation, which to her meant do whatever I want to do and the heck with my responsibilities.
Folks in my comments saying you have mommy issues.
Well, I mean, you have my life, and you grow up in social services while you're seeing everybody else with their moms and their dads, and then we can talk. We can talk about it. I'm all for it. Take my shit off of me. Take it off my brother. God rest her soul. Take it off my sister. Go ahead. But until you do, shut the fuck up.
You raised an interesting point, but I guess I would push back and say, you know how many people are growing up in single households with moms after dad ran off? I mean, if you're going to say people,
yes. And I would respect anybody who grew up in a household with a single mother. I did not grow up in a household with a single mother. I was given away. That's the difference. I didn't grow up in a household with a single mother. I was given to social services so she could go to her college. I think it was Trevecca College in Nashville, Tennessee. She could become all the things that she wanted to be. And my brother was given up. My sister was given up while she was doing her jam, doing her thing.
You ever heard of the phrase?
You can talk to me. Go ahead.
You ever heard of the phrase, and I see this from Dencal in the comments, hurt people hurt people. In other words, you're hurt, so you're passing that along, whether you think women shouldn't lead, et cetera, but you're passing your hurt on to others.
I've got no problems with women that take care of their families. I've got no problems with men that take care of their families. I have problems with women that abandon their families or give up their families.
But you're judging all women by what you went through.
Let me ask you a question. How do you make judgments in your life? Do you come off of what you know and how your life has been? Because most people do. So what you're really saying is, I'm doing what everybody else does. It's just not popular.
Yeah, I mean, listen.
I can only come off of what my life was. But it's not about me. Let's talk about women and, being president, man. Let's do this shit.
Well, before we do this shit, because I see Mancow says you need therapy. You ever pursued a therapist? He says you need therapy. Have you ever tried, consider something like that?
No, I'm not a Democrat.
What are you saying? Only Democrats pursue therapy?
Well, no, women do too. There's not much difference between the two.
So conservative males, which you are, do not pursue therapy.
No, we just punch shit. I mean, we get it out there another way. I'm not going to sit on a couch and talk to somebody about my feelings. Now let's talk about bitches and power.
But I'll tell you something. Based on what you said, we don't pursue therapy, we just punch people. What he said resonates. Hurt people. If you don't get your issues addressed, you go out and you basically just kind of admitted it.
Look. For me personally, and I'll entertain this for a second. For me personally, it's not going to do any good. Okay?
How do you know?
My mom, God rest her soul, is gone. The damage is done, and it's over with. Ain't nothing going to change that. So I'm just going to be a man. I'm going to bury it down until it turns to a bleeding ulcer, and then I'll go to the doctor and have it taken care of.
Now, it's interesting you would say that, because SGB in the comments says, you just described the black man's situation. Hurt people. So in other words, because obviously there's a lot of black people in this country that feel like they've been wronged by whites, the white community, the system, you name it.
Well, a lot of black people in this country have been hurt by whites. And I'll be the first one to stand up next to you, and I'll be the first one to say it. Absolutely.
So let me ask you this then. Now, I know you voted for Trump only once, but do you agree with a large portion of the black community suggesting that he is a racist?
Honestly, no. I don't. I don't know the guy from Adam. I voted for him one time, and that's when he wasn't running on division. Okay, so no, I can't sit here. For me to call him racist is for me to call you racist. I don't know you. I don't know if you're racist. I don't know if he's racist.
Well, let me ask it to you like this.
I do know I'm sick of seeing that picture in the back with Obama as a monkey. I mean, it's just tiresome at this point.
Well, and speaking of that, let me ask it to you this way. Since you said you don't know if he is a racist, do you find it absurd that the African-American community would think that? Do they have zero reasons whatsoever to suggest that he is a racist, whether they're right or wrong?
Okay, well, first of all, it's not the African community that thinks he's a racist. It's the Democratic Party that happen to have African Americans in it that thinks he's a racist. I know a lot of black people that do not think he's
but
racist.
I know a lot of independents. Yeah, but I know a lot of independents and even some traditional Republicans that think he is racist too. They're handsome. I mean, when he posted the picture you just mentioned of Obama as apes, there were Tim Scott. He's not a liberal. Tim Scott came out and said that's the most racist thing I've seen come from the White House. So it ain't just liberals.
Fair enough. Let's just say there are people that think he's racist and people that don't think he's racist on both sides.
But I'm asking you the question: do you, based on what Trump has done, does it seem absurd for somebody to think he is racist, or is there just simply no reason at all to ever say that about the man?
No. I can't say he's racist, but if there's a particular reason other than he's a Republican, if there's an actual reason, then you should have the right to think he's racist. I don't know him, so I can't say it. I'm not heavy into politics. I voted for him one time. Remember, I also voted for Clinton. I also voted for Obama. Okay. So, I mean, I jump back and forth a lot. It just depends on the person.
Well, I mean, listen, there are a lot of reasons. Like I said, I believe there were legitimate reasons to vote for Trump even the second time. He promised a lot of good shit. So I don't view it as crazy when even some black folks that voted for him. After his first term, Trump 2.0 is way further right than Trump 1.0 is. So I could see even African Americans. Yes. Yeah, I could see even African Americans looking at him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so
absolutely.
that has something to do with it.
Way far right. Yeah. Yes. He's not the president I voted for. No. I voted for the first time. This is not who he was.
I disagree. I kind of disagree, though. I kind of disagree. I'll tell you why. I think this is the same guy. He just is unrestrained this time.
Yeah, he learned the game real fast.
Yeah.
He learned the game better than most politicians that's been in office their whole life. He has stacked that deck. I mean, I may not agree with everything he does, but boy, you got to respect that. That man really learned how to play the game.
Yeah. He's probably the best that's ever done it because he's taken it to levels we never expected. Denkel says his mom and all his wives hurt him. He is in no position to say what women are capable of. Wow. Have you ever met a woman that treated you right? Handsome conservative?
Yeah. I had lots of good girlfriends, but here's the trick. When you put a ring on their finger, it's a whole different okay? It's a whole different animal. And then, with all due respect, buddy, you wouldn't have survived what I've been through. You just wouldn't have. You are so tough on the phone, but you would not have lasted a week. You're not man enough to go through the evil I went through. I've walked through hell and back, all right? I'm good.
You sound like bitches was trying to kill you or something. In the comments, Hump Catting says, instead of getting help, you're going to go through life angry at women because you had a bad mother. Get help, brother. Folks care about you, man.
Well, I don't have a bad opinion on women because of my mother. I have a bad opinion on my mother because of my mother. Mm-hmm. I have a bad opinion on my wives because of them. I never judged one just because they were a woman. I waited till 4 women fucked me over, and then I made up my mind. Okay? I didn't go 1 was an accident. 2 was an accident. 3 was an accident. You know what? 4 might not be an accident. Okay?
Wow. I mean,
I'm sorry. Let's just call evil. But it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter.
What are you suggesting, that women are inherently evil? It's in their culture to be evil?
I think women have been given the ability to walk away from their families, their children. Don't forget, I mean, how many kids are just being slaughtered here in America under the guise of women's health care. I mean, we can talk about all the evil deeds if you want to, but it's not going to do any good. So, I mean, I actually came up to talk about the whole slavery thing.
We got a few minutes. We got about 4 minutes. Okay, let's go to that direction. What did you want to discuss in regards to that? Because I do believe that as long as we are supporting and waving the Confederate flag, you don't have a right to say shit about people talking about slavery.
All right. First of all, you mentioned that people... Hold on. There we go. I'm sorry. I had a call. You mentioned that slave owners got reparations. I'm guessing by America.
Yes.
For the slaves that
the loss of their free labor. Correct? Yeah, the loss of their free labor.
Okay. All right. Now here's how I see it. If the slave owners got reparations for the slaves they lost, then the slaves, the ones that were slaves, should get reparations for being slaves.
They're dead now.
However, right, so shut the hell up and let's move on, because ain't nobody was a slave.
No, wait a minute. Hold on. Here's the problem, though, is that you're right. All of the people that were involved are gone, but the folks who received reparations on the white side, Their money went down in inheritance and things like that. There's some farms you can still trace back in the family that go all the way back to that era. Because you didn't give anything to blacks, there is no generational wealth passed down to their side. So you still have whites that are existing today that are benefiting from what happened back then. And obviously, no, in fact, blacks are set back because of it.
Absolutely, you do. You have rich, cocky, arrogant people benefiting off of the work of everybody, white and black. You 100%, I agree with you. 100%. What I'm saying is those people who were slaves should have gotten reparations. They did not. Nobody today is a slave or has been a slave.
Yeah, but if you were due money and you perished, your descendants can usually get that. Why all of a sudden in this case are they being told to shut the fuck up and get lost?
Well, first of all, you just taught me something because I didn't know that
I'll give you an example.
Today.
I'll give you an example. If I wrongfully, crossed over the double yellows and killed you in an accident, and your child or wife or whatever, whoever you got, they could sue me and receive money on your behalf, even though you're gone.
Okay, there's a flaw in that though. You're talking about you running me over, which I'm not terribly fond of. Okay, but you're talking about running me over is because I'm white. I know it. But you're talking about running me over.
I don't want to get my tires dirty, but go ahead.
My wife and kids could sue you. But what I'm talking about is hundreds of years ago, the slaves and people today. It's not their wives or their sons.
Yeah, but they have been successfully asking for reparations, generation after generation. They've always been asking for it. It just kept denying it. This ain't a new conversation. If we went back in the 1940s, they were asking for it.
Honestly, I don't see it. But if 2 acres and a mule will get it done, let's do it. Right. I mean, I don't know what exactly. Okay, fine. Let me ask you, as a black man, let's say tomorrow they woke up and said, we're going to give you reparations. Just you. I just want your opinion. What would it take?
The things that they were denied. Education. You couldn't get an education as an African American. You got that. You couldn't buy land as an African American. And there's a third one I usually throw in there, but I would say, let's say any African American that wants to buy property, maybe they do not have to pay property taxes for a few decades, or they get some kind of special provision on the loan they take out. Help them get property, just like during that time we gave white people property all over the country for free. College education. Education is one that is a biggest factor in success. College education completely free for a generation or two.
Okay, all right, but in return, there's something as a white man I want.
You already kept niggas in the. What else do you want? God damn! What else you trying to get?
If you get what you want, if you get your education, which is available to you, and you get your easy housing, however you want to put that, and that's available to you, I don't want to hear a damn thing about slavery ever again.
Okay. Well, so what do you mean?
If you take the payoff, then you take the payoff.
So wait a minute. So history no longer gets discussed from this period?
No, I'm just saying you can't get up here, and I'm not saying you're doing this. I'm saying in general. I don't want to hear people going on for 10, 20 years about slavery if they get the reparations. It's over with. It's done.
You got what
you wanted.
To be honest with you, if white America was transparent and honest about history, you would have gotten your wish from the day you were born. The reason this shit continues is because white America continues to deny either that racism exists or to the level it is. I mean, same thing with the police.
I will admit,
yeah, I mean, that's why it keeps going. You wanted to stop.
I admit racism.
No, but that ain't what I'm saying.
Racism exists.
Yeah, but
I apologize.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, white America, whether we're talking about police misconduct, another thing that white America has lied about for generations. If you just were honest about what was going on and let the truth come out, you wouldn't have this drip. It's like the Epstein files now. Like, goddamn, how long we got to talk about this? Because you're not being forthcoming with it. So as long as you keep the drip going, it's gonna keep going on and on.
As far as the Epstein files goes, you got what you got. I heard on TV, I don't know if it's true, they're not going to release anymore. That's what I heard.
So people are going to speculate on what is not. This is the drip. Okay, so you're not going to release that. People going to speculate on what the hell that stuff is.
All right. Second of all, I am the first person to say racism exists. I actually grew up, and I want you to look this up one day on your computer. Look up Tinker Creek and look up what was the other? I can't remember the other one right now, but I grew up in the projects in the 70s and the 80s.
What city?
So when it comes to racism, Virginia. Look up Tinker Creek, and there was another one, but it's been so many years ago.
Okay.
Indian Village. Look up Tinker Creek and Indian Village. And if you want to talk racism, I'm talking people being drugged out of their apartments at night, being beaten. I'm talking about being shot and killed in front of their kids. I'm talking about.
All right. I mean, listen, I'm not denying. I do got to move it on. I'm not denying your personal experience, but like I said, as long as people refuse to be transparent, like with what President Trump is doing, for instance, getting rid of all kinds of historical exhibits and shit like that. So that ends up getting replaced with people talking about it. So being transparent is the best way to move this stuff on. I give you the last word. I do got to move it on. Go ahead, finish it up. Wrap it up.
Let me say this one thing. I do not agree with removing Black history. Black history is American history. American history is American history. I'm sorry, I don't agree with it, and I'm on your side on that. Second of all, as always, support your local liberal. I appreciate you letting me come up, and man, I can't wait for somebody to rip me a new one. Let's do this.
It's always happening. Thank you, Anson Conservative. Good conversation as usual. By the way, tap the screen. Get us on up to 115, FIDDEEN. Thank you, Amber Leslie. Appreciate that. Patriot level. Shout out to you, supporting the program. Put me on a call. No one talks about Brazil or Haiti. If you want to come over to TikTok, Substack, or Instagram, we'll do that. We're live on all of those platforms currently as well. By the way, if you're watching us live on YouTube, smash that like button. Helps out the algorithm. What do I always say? Brings in more MAGA as well. I got a lot more MAGA on YouTube. So if you're watching on YouTube, please smash that like button. If you're watching on Instagram, TikTok, or Substack, feel free to tap the screen as well. By the way, if you're watching on the platform, Substack, Instagram, or TikTok, follow us. We're here most weekdays. You haven't even watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. This is all about free speech. We don't block, ban, or censor anybody, as you may be able to tell already. We don't limit your speech because you got a difference of opinion. We just don't do it that way. I'm not going to be able to pronounce this, but thank you for certainly supporting the program. Meh. That's the name, is it not? Wow. Thank you as well. One of my patriots there. The call was therapy for handsome conservative Tim. You provide therapy for the guy. Well, listen, if I can provide a little bit of therapy, some of you guys provide therapy for me as well. Michael Simmons, thank you for the support. We'll go over to DenCal, the one and only. Coffee from the movie. I don't know what that means. I'll see if it brings up DenCal. Here we go. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. So, interesting conversation you may have just heard there. I saw you were involved in that, suggesting that hurt people hurt people. You sound like a therapist.
Yeah, that was hard to listen to, man. He got some deep rooted issues, and I don't think it might be therapeutic for him to come on here and bash all women and say that they not.
Say that they're not what? Didn't care. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay. Repeat what you were saying.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I got some feedback on my live.
Okay, you may have to drop and I may have to bring you up again or something. I don't know, because you're going in and out over here too.
All right.
All right, go ahead and drop and I'll move on and then come back to you. All right, well, while he's doing that, we'll go to Giant Robot. Good evening. Welcome to the program, Giant. If America would have given blacks equal rights after the Civil War, this might be a different country. It absolutely would be a different country. My guess is we'd be much further along, because you got to think about how much black innovation was stifled. I mean, just think about even stuff that we don't really think about, like Babe Ruth. Babe Ruth was known as a successful, historic baseball player or whatever. He never faced a black pitcher. Who knows? Who knows what may have happened if all of those athletes from the Negro League was allowed to play then? His numbers may be totally different. They might be less. Who knows? But yeah, there's a whole, and not to mention all of the Negro League players that may have took teams in Major League Baseball to championships. But you played for the Negro Leagues in the same city as a team that lost that year, but your team in the Negro Leagues are making the playoffs every year. If some of them players could have played for the other team, you may have a winning team. And that's just in sports, all over the place. In terms of economics, in terms of science, there's a whole lot of stuff that we would have advanced further in. I mean, we could talk about Black Wall Street. All of the attorneys and doctors, their accomplishments, achievements, and education could have been used for everyone instead of just that community. So yeah, I believe we would have been further. I mean, because you got a portion of the country that is really not allowed to contribute. I mean, just imagine if you took like the Asians in this country. I don't know what percentage of our population is Asian, but imagine if you just suddenly put them in a category of where African Americans were 100 years ago, where nothing they do counts. All of the medical stuff that they're capable of, their mathematics skill, all of that doesn't count. You just silence this. I mean, you're gonna pull the country back some. There's a lot of gains that are certainly lost. So yeah, I absolutely believe we'd have been better off had that not happened. And then you're right, they were in that category back then. That is true, Angry Patriot. That's what I'm saying, though. All of them folks could have been contributing. Think about the code talkers, the Native Americans, how they helped us in World War II. Imagine if that didn't happen. I mean, they saved a ton of lives by cracking codes. I mean, so clearly all these other groups that were being, placed in minority communities could have added a lot to the development of this country. Move things on a lot quicker. What we say and know, we must stay united. The greed factor makes that hard. That's probably one of the biggest problems. We'll continue on with Straight Talk. Tell him to put BGMG. Who is that? Don't know who that even is. Straight Talk, good evening.
What's happening?
Not much at all. Good to have you back on, though. President Trump, Jesse Jackson, he had something positive to say about an African American losing his life. I mean, that's unusual for Trump. Why is that?
Not unusual for him. And by the way, we wouldn't have the United States of America if it wasn't for a black man named Prince Whipple. Do you know who that is? You know who Prince Whipple is?
Not offhand.
This is your problem. A lot of people, African Americans in this country, don't even know your own history.
Why the hell do you think that? Wait, hold on. Now you fired me up. You say a lot of black Americans don't know their history. Why the hell do you think that is, Straight Talk? Think about it this way. Up till about the 1970s, certainly up the 1980s, all of the fucking textbooks in history class were written by white men, produced by white men. Why the hell you think we don't know our history, man?
Well, how do I know about it then if you don't? Where did I learn?
You didn't answer my question though. That's what I'm saying.
Let me answer it now because you victimize each other. You victimize your own kids. You victimize your grandkids. That's why.
What the hell?
Listen, you act like you're in a vacuum that we don't see what's going on here. Prince Whipple was a spy for George Washington, and he went into the Hessian camps. He went into the British camps at will, freely, and gave all of that intelligence back to George Washington. That painting of George Washington standing in the rowboat, Prince Whipple's in the front of that rowboat.
But you, I hear your passion in this, but my statement reigns true. That ain't taught to a lot of kids in school. That's why they don't know it.
I understand that.
Then that's your answer.
Tragedy. That 100% a tragedy. 100%. I agree. And I have personally spoken to the principal of my daughter's high school. I've explained to them over and over again that I'm with you. Part of the problem here is you don't know your own history. And I don't mean that you personally. I mean that in a general societal sense. We don't know the contributions that people in this country have made, and so you don't own it.
Well, but
you don't feel that it's your country because you don't have any contribution toward it.
Right, and think about it this way, straight talk. If you were telling people the truth, stuff like what you just said, then stuff like this, where you want to portray them as ignorant beasts and monkeys, wouldn't make sense. You gotta silence.
Far less of that. But here's the thing.
This is why people don't know it.
Instead of asking me more questions about a true American hero, you would like to victimize your audience again and show the Obamas as monkeys.
No, I'm showing you.
This is what's crazy.
No, what I am saying is when you think about how we have portrayed African Americans in this country as, people who couldn't learn as much. They weren't worthy of putting on the front lines in combat. As Charlie Kirk said, I wonder could they even fly a plane? If you're talking about stories like what you mentioned with Whipple, it would discount what he is saying. So they can't teach it.
If you had asked Charlie Kirk about the Tuskegee Airmen, I mean, are you kidding me? He knew that. He knew the history of the Tuskegee Airmen.
That ain't what I'm saying. What I'm saying is, and by the way,
you keep trying to re-victimize yourself, and I'm trying to soften the blow. Stop. Stop doing it.
No, this is not victimized. Why for some reason, when African Americans talk about their history, whereas whites have faced all kinds of issues throughout history too, whether we're talking 9/11 or whatever, you never hear them being victims. For some reason, when African Americans bring up their history, they're playing a victim. Why is that?
I'll tell you, because you don't champion the people in your history. You talk about the victims in your history.
So we don't champion Martin Luther King or Harriet Tubman. We don't champion them at all, huh?
Occasionally, but nowhere near as much as you talk about the negative things that have happened to you.
I
was in a very uncomfortable conversation the other day. One of my best friend and his grandmother, and recollecting when he was going to college, her telling him he wasn't shit, he would never be shit because black people can never have anything because the white people are going to always keep them down. And I was like stunned at his own grandmother would say something like that to him. Unbelievable to me, because that's not the way my grandmother and that's not the way my parents talked to me. They never told me that I was oppressed by anyone or unequal to anyone. That was not the message in my household at all. At all.
But what about what my last caller, handsome conservative, said? He developed
I heard that.
He developed an opinion about women based on things he's experienced. If my mom, who was born in Memphis, or my grandma born in Hattiesburg, Mississippi, if they developed that type of opinion, because that's all they saw is white people treating blacks like shit.
He ain't wrong. Let's just put it that way. He ain't wrong.
So why are blacks wrong then? So why are blacks wrong then?
Well, if he's going to move on from that and actually do any achieving, it's not going to do him any good. I didn't say that he was, that that's the right way of looking at stuff. If you want to be an achiever and not a victim, then you're going to have to change your mindset from somewhere.
But wait.
Somehow.
When he said he ain't wrong, you said he ain't wrong. What did you mean by that?
What I mean by that is he grew up around someone. Here, I said this in the comments. I'll say it again. Women will sacrifice their family for their happiness. Men sacrifice their happiness for their family.
Really?
Yes, 100%.
Women will sacrifice
all the time.
Women will sacrifice their family for their happiness. I don't know if I agree with that.
Well, you don't agree with the reality because that is the reality. Now, I'm not saying all women. I'm just saying, by and large, women are more focused on their happiness than they are their family.
Wow.
And men are far more focused on their family than they are on their happiness.
Wow.
I'm not the first one to say that, so I don't know why you're looking all surprised. You've heard that before.
No,
it's the truth.
That's maybe from Al Bundy. I don't know if I heard that before. Wow. You got who said it? Well, Mike says 100% false, but somebody said it was true, I thought. Wow. Sacrifice their family for their happiness, huh?
Yeah, you hear women all the time that leave their families because they need to pursue their happiness. They're not happy. Listen, I've been divorced myself, right? And the reason she gave me was because she wasn't happy. I'm like, yeah, no shit, that's life, But she sacrificed that family, right, that we were creating in order to pursue her own happiness. Now, if you think you can live with an unhappy woman and be happy yourself, you are insane. Okay. That's insane. So I wasn't happy either, but I wasn't willing to sacrifice my family just to make myself happy. I was ready to pursue the end of that marriage. I was ready to fix whatever needed to be fixed and to continue on in the obligation that I had placed myself in with my ex-wife.
And in regards to who we're talking about, handsome conservative, he's in the comments. He says, I love my mom and I loved my wives. I don't hate all women, just the ones that did me wrong. Do you agree with him, though, that women should not be placed in the highest position?
Yeah, we've talked about this before. You even had my wife back me up and say that she feels the same way. You remember that conversation?
What is it about conservative women that put themselves in second place?
Because they're realists. They deal in reality. And one thing I've learned about your audience especially, the title liberal does not sink into their heart. They are the most cruel and vicious people on any channel in this platform.
Based on what?
Right now, I have never in my life seen more. I mean, here, handsome conservative was revealing something about his growing up, his childhood, and the vicious attacks that he was being sent against in your comment section really showed me the heart of a liberal.
What are you suggesting they were? What are you suggesting they were acting like Trump?
They were far worse. President Trump has never said anything like that to anybody at any time. Even Rosie
Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not kidding you. He would absolutely look. You attack Trump, Trump attacks you back. But he doesn't just wing you out of
nowhere. Yeah, he does. Obama wasn't attacking him when he posted that.
Tell me where the mean Trump touched you. Show me on the doll where Trump touched you. Tim, give me a break. No, he doesn't. You got to stop.
I don't look. Your judgment of Trump is crazy. Your judgment of Trump is way the fuck off.
Listen. He's a human.
You got the guy looking at CNN reporters telling them they don't smile enough. What the fuck is that?
Well, because they come at. Did you listen to Marco Rubio?
I'm talking about Caitlin Collins was interviewing him, asking him questions about She asking him questions about the fucking Epstein list. You supposed to smile when she's asking about children that's been abused?
She asks those questions in an accusatory tone. She asks those questions like she's constipated and she's trying to take a shit and it just isn't working.
What is she doing?
You've got RBF like a motherfucker.
So in other words, she was acting like Ducey of Fox News when he used to question the Biden administration. Same shit. Accusatory. Same shit you guys used to like that.
Peter Ducey, you're talking about Peter Ducey.
Yeah,
right?
that's the father. Yeah, Peter.
Yeah, Peter Ducey is one of the goofiest bitches I've ever seen on TV. So he's in a perpetually happy mood. Caitlyn, and even when he was dealing with Obama, when he was dealing with anyone on the world stage, he was I don't know what kind of medication he was on or is on, but he's always perpetually happy about stuff. Things that he inappropriately to me. So, no, Caitlyn Collins is the opposite of that.
It ain't their job to smile. I mean, President Trump...
No, it's not. No, it's not. But, man, you talk about... Listen, anytime Gangster Grandma says that you fluff, right, for the conservative party, all I can think about is every single liberal reporter, what they do when the Obamas or Bidens or any liberal, they're talking to a liberal. All I see is them fluffing. They don't ask the important question. They don't pull the mask up.
I think you just
see Trump. It's always accusatory. It's always negative. It's always like and no, that's my perspective.
But straight talk. That's politics. You think Sean Hannity or you think that Greg Gutfeld or any of them folks ask him questions? They do the same thing. It's softball questions.
Greg Gutfeld is a comedian. He is not a reporter. Okay? And Sean Hannity is not a reporter either. He's an opinion. Okay? But when you put Caitlyn Collins in that press room, she is supposed to be non-biased. She is a reporter. She is supposed to ask questions.
I don't think Ducey was non-biased. I mean, you're going to tell me Caitlin's supposed to be non-biased? Ducey was in that same room. He was biased as hell.
I know Peter Ducey. I know Peter Ducey very well. I've watched him for a very long time. That is the goofiest motherfucker.
But he's biased. Goofy or not, he is biased. He is not unbiased.
He 100% does not pose his questions in a biased manner to whoever he is.
He has questions of the Biden administration he would never ask of the Trump administration.
Listen. Okay, you'd have to give me an example of that. I'll take your word for it, but you'd have to give me an example of that. I don't see that. But then again, listen, you and I, we come from two totally different perspectives. You ask me about racism, right? Mm-hmm. You ask me about racism. To me, you want to see racism? You ever heard of James Byrd?
No. Yes, the name sounds familiar. Elaborate on it. It sounds familiar.
He was beheaded. They drug him behind a pickup truck.
Yeah, in Texas. The two guys got the death penalty. They've been executed.
If you ask me, you and I will both agree there is nothing other than racism that was the reason for that. You understand? That's racism.
Yeah.
Now, you saying, well, you put Michelle Obama's face on a monkey's body. Listen, from your perspective, and mine too, by the way, no reason to do that. That was a fucking grade school move, okay? So certain things you and I are going to agree are racism. Easy layups. There's others that you are way more sensitive to than I would ever be.
Okay, if a woman was assaulted in an alley, yeah, she's going to be more sensitive to her surroundings than you are. You were not assaulted. Yeah, of course. That should make sense to you.
Don't expect me to get all lathered up because you got butthurt over some, imagined slight. Okay? Don't expect me to get all, assed up.
Let me say it this straight talk. Let me say it this way. If Trump was the age of AOC or somebody like that, I would give your take a little bit more play. Trump's like 80 years old. You've seen a lot of people during your time use African Americans as apes and monkeys as direct racism. You come from an era where it was common to do that, and it was done by racists. Right. So that for you to do that in 2026 and get people try to tell people this ain't got nothing to do with racism, considering you know the history, lived through a lot of it.
No. Hold up. Here's where you went wrong. I just made it very, very clear that it was dumb. It was a stupid
racist. Racist, not dumb. Racist.
I don't know how else you would take it. I just said it, not in this conversation.
So let me make sure. Okay, well, so that my delicate ears can get clarity. Let me make sure. Was him posting the Obamas as apes a racist thing to do?
100%.
Okay.
100%.
All right.
Again, for your edification, I've said it now. In this conversation and every other conversation this has come up in, 100%.
Well, let me make sure I put this one in the memory banks because
please get it out of your heart because I don't want to talk about this anymore.
Well, you're probably going to because you are one of the ones who always say, "Well, what has Trump ever did that's racist?" Now you confirmed this one, so we do have one now.
No. There's still a question of whether or not he was the one that posted it.
Oh my God! Look,
well, I'm saying, listen, are you going to tell me that you know for 100% sure that the President of the United States posted that on his own social media? Because he says he didn't do that.
No, but I'll tell you it is. Let's say, for instance, I posted some kitty porn on my page.
Oh God!
And hold on, hang on. I posted on. Well, let's say it was posted on my page, and I told you one of my assistants did it. Well, are you going to apologize? No, I'm not going to apologize for it. Or are you going to fire the assistant? No. I don't get blamed for that.
We are talking about, look, let's not use that. That's a totally different thing.
Oh, so
that one is illegal, the other is not illegal.
But it's a judge of your character.
Making fun of the
it's a judge. It's a judge of your character. You are not apologizing for it. You hired the person that did it, and you're going to keep them on staff. How do you not get blamed for it?
Hey, listen, if he decided that he wanted to fire that individual, I would have absolutely no problem.
And if he doesn't?
He probably should have.
And if he doesn't?
Look, man, he's got to make those decisions himself. But what do you want me to do? What do you want me to say?
I want you to hold him accountable.
Okay, and how would I do that?
By saying he obviously is in on the racism.
Trump is, listen, I am not going to agree with you that President Trump is racist. It's not happening. That's not happening because I know it to not be the case.
Okay.
Do you think that every time someone does or says something racist,
like that?
In your estimation, I'm giving you the scenario here. Is that in and of itself, they are a racist and that's the reason they did it and there is no coming back from that?
Well,
in other words, do you think you have said something that you did not?
I'm sure I have.
Let me finish.
Because I was going to respond to the no coming back part. I believe you can come back.
Yeah. Look, we agree. And that's a very good foundation right there. We agree. I don't think that anybody should be canceled permanently. I do think that he has some cleanup work to do. I think that if he did say something that, told on somebody that, that did not do that, or if he wasn't honest about who posted that, he needs to come clean and he needs to fix it. He needs to clean it up.
Well, but this is my point, though. You admit it's racist, even though you may not think it came from him. So at the very least, you admit that he's probably hired somebody that's doing racist shit.
You and I agree that my perception of what was placed on his social media, look, you and I are old enough to know when we see something that's racist. Okay?
Why do you think so many MAGA suggest it's not racist to do that?
I do think that there are people that are not as sensitive to it as you and I. We know where that kind of shit comes from. You and I have been here long enough to know and to have really experienced racism. Okay?
Why not apologize?
What's that?
Why not apologize?
I'm sorry.
No, him. Why would he choose to say, I'm not sorry? For what was on my page by a guy I hired.
Listen, that is a very good question. And let me tell you why. And it's your fault, by the way. And I don't mean you personally, but I mean the left's fault. Because you offer zero grace. And so he knows that. And he knows that if he ever admits any wrongdoing, you will never, ever, ever let him come back from that. He's way smarter than you when it comes to that.
You think he's going to come back from it now?
Listen, I'm going to tell you something. I'm married, okay? And if my wife ever came to me and said that she lied to me or that she did something wrong and I provided her zero room for contrition, guess what? She's never coming to me with anything else ever again.
You guys, the way
so you did it to yourself.
The way you guys judge women is crazy. Let me just say this.
What do you mean, judge women? I just said if. My wife has nenever done anything like that to me. Hey, listen to me. I drink my wife's bathwater. You understand? No one says anything negative about my wife around me.
You just did yourself. You just judged her.
No, I did not. I said if my wife ever said something to me, right? And I'm the villain in this case. I offered her no option for contrition. I gave her no way that she could apologize to me. I would be the bad person. In this case, that's you. You offer the president 0 ways of contrition. There's nothing he
I don't look. Let me just tell you this. I hear what you're saying. The fact that because you admit the post is racist, you just don't think it came from Trump. The fact that you hired some. Hold on.
I'm perfectly happy to believe that he did it himself, and he did it while wearing a Klan hood and robes. Okay, but I just don't know that to be true.
Well, let's just go with what you feel might be true. Even if you hired a guy that is sending racist things out in your name, and you've made it clear you're not going to fire the guy, that's good enough, in my opinion. Even if he didn't do it.
Right. Do you think that there's other ways of disciplining someone other than firing them?
For doing something like that as a president?
Okay, I understand you think it's. I don't share your belief that it's this like unforgivable thing. Okay, I don't. I'm sorry. I don't have the experience that you do. I'm sorry that I don't care.
Let me just say before I let you go. Let me just say it this way, straight talk. I don't care what other job you had. If you done something like that, you would. If you were an assistant hired by a CEO or a manager, and you done something like that on their account, you losing your job. You're losing your job, period.
If one of my employees, even in their own private time, if I ever saw that they had done something like that, they would not worry about losing their job. They would worry about a hell of a lot more than that. You understand me? I would destroy them on social media and every place.
That's the point. Trump isn't apparently doing. He didn't tell us he's doing anything to the person that did that.
Listen, I don't think he has to answer to you. I don't think he has to answer to any specific community that did not vote for him. I think that if the people
did he even tell Tim Scott he's doing anything about it? Because MAGA's going after Tim Scott. MAGA's going after Tim Scott for complaining.
Tim Scott, it says something totally different. Tim Scott said he had a conversation with the president, and he was very comfortable at the end of that conversation. The President Trump has been very complimentary, as every Republican has been to Tim Scott. If Tim Scott ever wants to run for president, I'll campaign for him.
No, wait a minute. Wait a minute. I heard a pause after the word that.
You heard it. You heard what
were you about to say?
Mofo.
I gotta go. I don't know if I believe you, but I gotta go.
Campaign for that motherfucker. Yeah, all right.
For some reason I don't think motherfucker was the word that went in that blank. I gotta move it on.
Whoa.
Real quick.
Not ending like that.
Real quick.
Ending like that.
I don't think there's no way to replace it. You put that pause there. You should have said MF or something. The way you paused and corrected yourself, you got a lot of blacks watching the program.
At the time, because I'll tell you why. Because at the time, I didn't feel like being that vulgar. But then I realized where your mind goes. Your mind does
ain't just my mind.
Did something to you that your mind goes completely in another direction.
Yeah.
So I gotta go with a mop and a bucket and clean up after you all the time.
Yeah, that's a mop and bucket. It ain't no wet ass pussy at the end of it. I gotta move it on.
Hey, listen, the important thing is, it's good to see you. It's great to talk to you. And I love you, man.
Same. Thanks for coming through. No more pauses. I gotta go. Tap the screen, get us on up to. Wow, that was a hell of a pause. And he said that my mind went to the wrong place. I gotta ask you folks, just yes or no, did any of your mind go to that place as well? Was it just me when he paused like that? Was it just me whose mind went to Not the MF word, but maybe the letter that comes after M. Was it just me? Was I the only one thinking that when he paused like this and I would vote for that? Anyway, let me go back to the box. Oh my God. Straight talk. Now you almost talked really straight there for a minute. Handsome Conservative says, I apologize. I should not have brought up my past. I really did come up to talk about the issues. This is uncensored programming, Handsome. You can talk about any damn thing you want here. There's no need to apologize. Save the apologies for your president. Let me go back to Dencal and see if it comes up this time. Yeah, he wanted to say it, says you. He paused. That pause really, I'm just telling you, that pause sounded like it. I see Kilbrew on Instagram says, he is the second MAGA in the past month who almost said the N-word. I've had a few say it. I mean, look. My MAGA viewers, my beloved MAGA that tune in, these are the least racist people you know. Let me go back to the box. I see Dencal did not come up. I don't know if he left. I think you have to be on mobile app to request to be on live. I don't know because I saw your request. We'll try it one more time. What is this? Okay, there we go. Dencal, good evening.
Good evening.
Hey, did you hear my last call?
Yeah, it was horrible.
What was horrible about it?
Man, that guy was he got some issues, man. Your MAGA is in rare form lately, man.
Well, we believe in uncensored speech. MAGA has a lot to say, man. MAGA is very passionate sometimes.
Yeah, he says, it's probably some racist stuff, and it probably, maybe you guys should just get over it, and then, maybe, I don't know why he didn't fire the guy. I think he should fire the guy, but I don't have no problem with him not firing the guy, because, it's just, we don't really know. Everything is we don't really know. We do know.
Are you suggesting that he was making you a tad dizzy? Straight to...
on the corkscrew. It was like I was on the corkscrew at the amusement park, man.
Well, understand his name is Straight Talk. So he was giving it to you straight.
Yeah, well, what I do like is a lot of your MAGA guys they hedging their bets. You see how they agree with them to everything he does, but they be like, I didn't really vote for him, but I voted for him, but I'm not really MAGA. Remember what we said before, like in about 5 to 10 years, it's gonna be hard to find somebody who really just out and out says, yes, I was real hardcore MAGA.
There's pictures everywhere though. Them rally pictures are all over the internet. You was there. Just like when the whole I forgot the name of the girl versus Topeka, Kansas, the girl who was trying to go to a white school for the first time, and all them white folks were spitting on this little girl and things like you on photo. So a lot of folks that were there doing it, full-grown adults spitting on the black girl because she's trying to go to school. And I mean, you can say you weren't there, but here's the photo. And so, I mean, there's a lot of rally pictures out there.
They could do like Jerry Jones did when they saw him in that photo of them kids trying to stop the black kids from going to school down south.
Wow. Yeah.
And Jerry Jones, he was like, I didn't even know what was going on. I was curious trying to see what was happening.
Like, you can't hear these people shouting, get the fuck out of here. And by the way, he says that President Trump is the best in our history.
Hey, look, if they want to keep on saying that, they can keep on saying it. But I guarantee you, history will not view him as what they're saying he is.
No. I mean, I always say that I do believe Trump, long after he's gone, there will always be Trump supporters. There will always be folks who favor the MAGA hat. This hat is now a symbol of our history in the future. I mean, it'll be right-wingers. You'll probably see folks walking down the street wearing those hats. Just like the Confederate flag is a symbol that has existed long after the Confederacy, this hat is now going to be permanently, probably a part of history. And it's a movement. MAGA is a movement.
Right, and they're going to change what the hat really means to suit their narrative, the same way they do with the Confederate flag. Oh no, it's about patriotism.
That could happen. That absolutely
will happen. That
Well, but the problem is, unfortunately, unlike the Confederacy, because everything's on video and shit like that, it's a lot harder to spin stuff. I mean, you film, some of the statements that were said. There's TikTok videos out here and things like that. I mean, obviously, Trump's quotes we're discussing, things he's done. There's no way to deny it. I mean, it's on video. The guy's being questioned, saying he's not apologizing for it and all that. I mean, so it's part of history.
I understand what you're saying, but at the same token, all of the stuff we know that happened throughout the history of slavery, Jim Crow, redlining, and all of that stuff is out there. They just refuse to look at it.
That's a good point. And I see Angry Patriot says Trump will replace all faces on Mount Rushmore. 4 faces of Trump on the same mountain.
And this is the same person that would probably go around calling people, saying that other people got TDS.
That's a good point. That is a good point. Trump derangement syndrome is only reserved for people who are critical of Trump. If you put a tattoo of Trump on your forehead, they'll never tell you got TDS. It's only for people who are critical of him. So
I mean, they got flags in front of their houses. They got their cars wrapped. I mean, they got all of their social media linked to this guy, but they will have somebody who criticize him say that person has derangement syndrome.
Pam Bondi used that on the floor. Pam Bondi told one of the guys that were questioning her that day that he had Trump derangement syndrome.
Right, and she said, "Have you apologized to him?" Like she was his personal lawyer.
She is. Shit. She is. I mean, Pam Bondi is a rider. She's loyal as fuck. She's a rider. So
the other guest before him was talking about some. Well, as far as the files is concerned, they said that's all the files that they're going to put out. But then you should have reminded them that's what they said months ago, that there were no files.
Yeah. I mean, the polls have shown, even from conservatives that favor Trump for what he's doing for the country, the polls show that even they're not happy of his handling of the Epstein files. I think there are some folks who support Trump who say that it's a nothing burger, or we should move on. But I don't think there's anybody that think Trump's administration handling of the Epstein files has been transparent. It's dismal. It's pretty clear that they're trying to hide something. I guess the only defense is, well, why didn't Biden release it? But the way Trump is handling it, I don't think anybody believes that what they're doing is trying to get to the bottom of it. And then, of course, Pam Bondi not even addressing the victims. And the victims are all like, we tried to reach out to the Justice Department and they ignored us and all of that. It looks terrible.
And then she got the nerve to tell people at a committee hearing about the Epstein files, the stock market's at 50,000. Like, what the hell?
But
we should be talking about. The person that's in charge of our law enforcement is talking about, we should be talking about the stock market.
That's a good point. I didn't even think of it that way. That is a good point. Your job is getting justice in the criminal. Yeah, why are you touting the stock market? That makes no sense whatsoever. But in the comments, Kevin asks, why do the files matter right now?
Because children were assaulted, they were taken advantage of. I mean, this sounds like somebody that would say the same thing about slavery. Like, why is it a big deal now? Because it's a fucking crime, for one. It's a crime against humanity, and it's a crime against the people that they swear that they want to protect, the children.
Yeah. I would also add that when you are convicted of predatory acts against a child, they put you on the registry, because the belief is if you did it once, you're capable of doing it again, and the urges never leave you. So we know for a fact that there are probably at least a few dozen men that were involved in this stuff that are free to roam around. You got to assume if that's what they like, they may be abusing children as we speak.
Right. Those people with that type of money, power, and influence,
right.
The rest of those people, you think they stopped because Epstein got caught? No, somebody took over. The party must continue.
And that's the point. So when asked, why do we care about the Epstein files now? Because people are likely still being victimized. The folks who did what happened to those girls are still all out there, still wealthy, still free. Yeah, I agree with you, Cal. If that's what they prefer, young girls, because we can take someone like R. Kelly. Most of you folks, I guess, have heard of R. Kelly. He escaped being convicted back in the, I think, late 90s, early 2000s of being with young girls. And boom, he ended up getting, because he was still doing it. I mean, he beat the first case, and his lawyer did an interview or whatever and said he told them, like, you need to stop doing this. And boom, a decade or so later, now he's going down for it.
Man, they got evidence in the files of these people breeding kids so they can grow them up to take advantage of the kids.
Were they really doing that?
Yeah, they were breeding. They were taking advantage of those young girls. They were impregnating them so they can have kids, so they can abuse the kids.
I didn't read that part.
Somebody got the nerve to say, why should we care about it? That's crazy. The one thing I want to give MAGA credit for was they were the ones who really stood up and said they wanted to protect them damn kids. They was the ones who said, look, Dan Bongino, I will go to my deathbed. I'm going to reveal this stuff. They were the ones who asked Trump, would he release the stuff? And now that we are fighting to have the shit released, they talking about, well, what's the big deal?
Well, because they never expected it to come back and go against the leader that they favor. I mean, if Trump's name was not in it, I guess they would be. If it was just Bush and and some liberals or whatever, they would probably want to get to the bottom of it. But the way Trump is acting. Listen, I don't care how, because nobody knows exactly who did what, but just the way Trump is acting is suspicious as than a motherfucker. And I didn't pause before saying a motherfucker straight talk, but the way Trump is acting is very suspicious. I mean, stop talking about Epstein. Why would he say that?
And what I would like to remind the people, these MAGA people, is we're finding out when it comes to these elite people, they don't have a political party.
No.
These rich and powerful people don't give a shit if you Democrat or Republican. They have all the power. They were using people. They were sacrificing. They was doing all kinds of wild shit.
I didn't know they were
say because of a political party, whether I should or shouldn't be concerned with what happened. They had the victim sitting right behind the woman, and she said we shouldn't be talking about this. We should be talking about the Dow Jones.
I didn't know that the breeding part is, man. They were breeding
shit to them kids.
Breeding new victims. So what were they doing? Impregnating underage girls?
Yes, look. There's this focus on this damn island. They keep saying, well, did you go to the island? Did you go to the island? He was doing shit in New Mexico. He was doing shit in his apartment in New York. He was doing shit everywhere. But everybody's always focused on this. And what a lot of people don't know is a couple of days before he got locked up, he ordered like barrels and barrels of sulfuric acid. They was putting body parts and shit in these barrels of acid in New Mexico.
Yeah, that is worth killing somebody over. That is worth killing somebody over.
These people don't want to hear about this shit no more because they know it's connected to their guy.
That is worth killing. Yeah, I could absolutely see, because if that gets out, I mean, obviously, as heinous as what you're talking about, not only are you going to be incarcerated forever, you're going to face a horrible incarceration as well. That is worth killing somebody, which also leads to the obvious question: why the hell is Ghislaine Maxwell in minimum security?
Exactly, because their guy put her there. This is the same person when she was going to court before she got sentence. They asked him about her. He said, well, I met her a couple times. She's a cool person, and, I wish her luck. You wishing somebody luck in the sentencing, and you've been convicted of abusing, torturing all of these damn kids.
Wow. Because, I feel like I want to puke at hearing some. I've heard some of it. I didn't read the files. I certainly ain't read a million pages, but this shit sounds horrible.
And one more thing about that before we can move on to something else, but did you know that when they let those lawmakers in there to view the files, they let them use 4 computers? What they were doing was they was monitoring the search of every person.
I heard about that.
Look at the files.
I heard about that.
And they made a file, a list, so they could talk shit to them when they came and question them about who they were looking into. Because, with 3,000 pages or files, you have to put in word searches to see, like...
Right. Yeah, what they're doing is called opposition research. So you go and look through the files, and now they know what you looked at. So they're preparing answers for what you may ask based on what you looked at.
Right, and set up gotcha questions talking about, I see you were looking up such and such a person. Were you involved with them? Like, instead of them actually investigating what's in the files, they investigating the people that's looking into the file.
So what if Pam Bondi actually knows that Trump or Bannon or something? Does that make her some kind of co-conspirator? I'm assuming she.
Yes, man. I know people don't want to look into it, and it's not like I'm the master because there's so much information out there. But people have to remember that Pam Bondi was the one who was down there investigating him and Epstein down in Palm Beach.
This is actually, I remember hearing about this during the Biden administration and stuff like this. Is actually a lot bigger than I thought it is.
And people wonder why the man who fancied himself the guy who always said if you didn't do what he said, you're fired. It's a reason why he's not firing any of these people. These people know shit.
And yet we want to pretend like the transgender community is the one that's harming kids.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Wow. Man, that's puke worthy. It really is. The notion that they were breeding them to do it to the next generation, not to mention if you're breeding young underage girls, the kids may come up with all sorts of health problems because they're damn near too young to be having kids.
I know you get like 1,000 DMs of people. I'll send it to you again. It's these two older white guys who are friends with Epstein that are sitting down with like 4 black women, and they are explaining to them that the black women's DNA, they need the eggs. They need the women's eggs because the eggs, the DNA of black women has some special powers, and they want to buy the eggs from these black women. These motherfuckers was into some creepy
That
shit.
sounds like Hitler eugenics type shit.
Yes. And he's sitting there smiling. I will send you the video. It's not me making no shit up. This is what Epstein and these wicked motherfuckers was up to. They was trying to buy eggs for $60,000 a piece from these young black girls. And they said the best eggs come from 13 to 16-year-olds. Those are the maximum best eggs. So they were talking about getting eggs from young women as young as 13.
I kind of wonder why there has not. I guess probably because the networks went entertainers or something. I kind of wonder why some big name reporter hasn't went through this in detail, like to the point where because I haven't heard some of this shit. This is worse than what I've actually, and I've heard some pretty bad shit. This is worse than what I've heard.
Okay, well, when you think about who the reporters work for right now,
yeah,
even CNN works for damn right-leaning people.
Yeah,
all of the major CBS, all of them, none of them will say nothing because guess who the people on those videos are?
Yeah, because I hear Colbert. Colbert apparently was interviewed some liberal, and now they don't even want to show that on CBS. So.
Yeah, that was Tallarico. They don't even want to entertain him because they don't want to give him publicity because he's a very popular up-and-coming Democrat. They don't want to do that.
He's running against Jasmine Crockett. They want Jasmine Crockett to run.
Both of them they got great political careers, but that's the kind of that's kind of iron sharpening iron. I'm guessing because somebody got to lose.
Well, I think that they would prefer. You see what my MAGA viewers have said about women being in positions of power. So I think that they would rather have Jasmine Crockett on the ticket running in Texas than this guy, because they probably believe that Jasmine Crockett running for Senate is a sheer loser.
Well, they got a primary together, so one or the other one will come out of it. And thinking in a state like Texas, I think the white guy might just come out ahead.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I think for this go-round, because of what the transgender issues and things like that have done to Democrats and all that, I think they need a straight white Christian male. I don't even play around with the other social issues. They're going to ram anything up your ass they can. So make sure the guy's Christian, make sure he's straight, make sure he's white, make sure it's a guy that knows what a woman is. Check off the right boxes.
Tallarico is kind of like a Democratic Mike Johnson. He's like the Bible is his guide and all of that stuff. So
that sounds like some good shit in Texas. So, man, you don't really ruin my evening. I got to move it on, but I wasn't expecting. Oh, that's nasty, the stuff you're talking about. But I wanted to know it. I just didn't think I would feel like this when I actually heard it. The breeding part is really disturbing. That's just really disturbing.
Yeah. Check out the video. I'm gonna send it to you tonight, man. You get a chance.
Let me ask you this, because DNA, are those people that were bred, are those products alive?
Well, obviously, we have no idea where those people went. Remember, they talk about thousands of victims of Epstein, but we only get to see, 15 or 20 of them.
How old was this guy? This guy was moving fast. Damn.
He was doing this every day for like 20, 30 years, man. He been abusing kids since the 90s, man.
So there's a whole lot of people that knew what he was doing.
Yes, and this is not about Democrats, because there were some Democrats that were in it.
It's impossible not to be.
There were some Democrats that were probably in it for the money, being close to somebody with that type of influence and power. But you have people like Sarah Ferguson and her ex-husband, who was down there. Sarah Ferguson said just marry. She said she wanted to marry Epstein. And she was a royal princess. She said this was after he was convicted.
That's some sick shit. That is some sick shit. And they talking about what's in our culture. I gotta move it on, man. That's just fucking disturbing.
One quick last thing. I think somebody was saying it the other day. Just think about it. White men make up about 21% of the population.
Mike was saying that. It was brutal.
But they make up 71% of the sexual assault in this country.
Yeah.
Just think about that.
Yeah. Well, because white males are most of the positions of power in this country are dominated by white males. So, power corrupts people. So if you're going to have corruption, it's going to be most likely the people that are in power. So white males dominate those positions. So that's where it's coming from.
Yeah,
you probably could not have had a black dude of any caliber do what Epstein did for that long. I don't know any black guy that's in position of power like that could have put together a network and done that. It would have been exposed. He would have been thrown in jail and probably executed.
And it's not, like, the weirdest thing is, like, no black people in the Epstein files. That's the craziest shit, man. If it was black people in the Epstein files, hey, they would have surrounded the damn Congress. They would have surrounded the DOJ and say, you gonna show up them files about what they already was up in arms about eating cats and dogs. Imagine if this was all brothers in the files.
That's crazy that you had a lot of folks go out to Springfield, Ohio on an allegation that they're eating cats and dogs. Meanwhile, these folks are running a whole pedophile breeding ring, and people are like, we don't even need to talk about this no more. I gotta go, man. I'll leave it at that. I'm gonna be thinking about that all night now that you done brought that up. That's horrible.
I'm glad I probably got a good connection through this Instagram.
I'm not after hearing that shit, but I always appreciate talking to you. It's just the content has been horrible. Thanks for coming through, though.
All right, man.
Appreciate it. Go ahead and drop for me. Thank you. Man, that's terrible. That is fucking terrible. Anyway, tap the screen. That's probably the worst call I've ever had. And I've been called N-words and everything. That's worse than all of that shit. Tap the screen, get up to 130. Jesus. Man, because I played a clip of a young person screaming, I'm just a kid and all that. And I heard rumors about, guys holding little girls' legs open and stuff like that. I guess it went in one end, out the other, but having that conversation, God, that's the worst shit I've heard in a long time. That's all. That is, and I see Eon said it gets worse. How much worse than that can it get? I mean, I also heard stories about some infant being tossed in Lake Michigan. I mean, the stories coming out of that stuff is brutal, just fucking brutal. I can understand why the victims are, scared of it, in fear of their lives and shit like that. That stuff is definitely worth taking somebody's life to keep them quiet over. I mean, because whoever is involved in that, your life is over with. I can absolutely see people taking lives to prevent that from coming out. Man, Tim, but after seeing some of the reactions of some of those MAGA chicks like Lauren Boebert and already Marjorie Taylor Greene and others, after seeing some of that stuff, must be foul shit, bro. Yeah. You said Boebert was pissed. Yeah, but they ain't doing enough about it. Marjorie Taylor Greene promised those girls she would help them. She would read the names out on the floor. And the minute they started threatening her life, she quit. And I believe she gave up her business or something like that. They threatened Marjorie Taylor Greene out of Congress and out of her business. MAGA. Those are MAGA folks that did that. And it ain't me saying it. It's what Marjorie Taylor Greene said. And when she was asked, well, how do you know it's MAGA? She said, because they're using the same terminology Trump is using. Marjorie Brown, or what are the stuff Marjorie Taylor Brown instead of Greene. All of the same language that they're using. So I don't know if we ever get to the bottom of this because the level of fear is so great. I mean, you're talking about people that can literally throw you in a room and make the room disappear. So finding somebody who's willing to stand up to that probably is going to be a difficult thing to do. But based on the actions of people like Trump and others, it's pretty clear there's something there. And even if Trump is not in the files, which is what MAGA often says, he's in the files, but even if Trump didn't do anything wrong, then perhaps he could be like Marjorie Taylor Greene. Perhaps he also feels that if he is part of exposing it, somebody may off him. We're talking about people that can get that done. We're talking about people with infinite wealth and things like that. So either he is protecting somebody that violated the innocence of a child, either he himself did it, or perhaps maybe he is just scared shitless like everybody else. Anybody can be touched when you're talking about it at that level. I don't like it. I hate it. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Yeah, that's another one they called it. Yeah, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Indifference is the enemy. When we don't care, no one is safe. Diane, I agree with that. But it's just like when African Americans were being mistreated. Everybody white was not involved in that. But if you tried to help African Americans, you'd be called an N-word lover and they would treat you the same way. There are plenty of white people who died fighting on behalf of equality for blacks. So the whites that did not favor mistreating African Americans, they were scared and forced to stand down. If you were attending marches and shit like that, they'd burn a cross on your lawn as a white person too. They would do it to you too. So people stood down. You have all the power. Moving is half the battle. Okay, you're giving me a G.I. Joe quote. Let me go back to the box. Tim Bad Boss. You're promoting somebody, Angry Patriot? What are you doing, promoting others? Let me go to the box. We'll make it happen. He is a subscriber. Surely not more powerful.
I can't stand your black ass. Not tonight. I've been waiting. You see that you don't take nobody seriously. And I paid and I gave.
Hold on, wait a minute.
You let the white people.
Wait a minute. Hold on.
Get the fuck out of here.
Maybe some of this shit has to do with the fact that you using a different fucking name. You ever think of that? I didn't know. I didn't know who the fuck you were.
Please.
I didn't know who the fuck you were. I'm going to tell you again.
Me. You see that picture?
I can't see it.
That's my black ass.
God damn it, I'm running a program with 100. I don't see that little tiny shit.
God damn it, this shit. You let the white people come up and call you the N-word.
You change your fucking name.
I wish that bitch would call me the N-word.
You changed your name.
White cheese fucking ass.
You changed your name. I didn't know who you were.
You know now, don't you? You fucking idiot. I can't stand.
So what did you come up here for, to cuss me out?
Hell yeah. You on here on your knees. You on your damn knees, yes, master. And then that motherfucker paused to say the N-word. I wish he would.
He said he was trying to. He said he was trying to say motherfucker.
Come on now, Tim.
Well, that's what he said.
Get the fuck out of here, Tim. You know better.
I'm telling you what.
And then you laughed about it.
I'm saying.
You want to call somebody N-word? Call it to me. I'll meet you somewhere. On God.
Okay, but we don't want all that. The man said he wasn't trying to say that.
The white man always says something, don't he?
Well,
and look how evil they are. They unalive the little girls and shit and put them in acid. That's white tea people for you. I gotta be nice.
Oh, it's always you.
On some real thuggish shit. That's some messed up shit.
It is.
Those ET files, they did the worst to these little girls and stuff. And then they're over here saying us black folks be doing some crazy stuff. Honey, we're not interbred. And we're not doing it to little girls. And I tell you, the white tea man is the most dangerous man on the planet.
I'm wondering, because you mentioned inbred stuff like that. If you're breeding so that you don't end up, getting with somebody that's part of that group, it would seem like they would have records and files on what they did somewhere.
They do. Why do you think they're not going to release nothing no more? Donald Duck, the orange orangutan, he's all up in there. Why do you think they're not doing it no more? And then maggots, they're all up in it. Oh, he's not in it. He's not. Yes, he is.
But what about the notion, as they said, that if you release this stuff, it'll destroy the country?
It's not going to destroy the country. It's going to let everybody go to jail. But you guess who's in it, though? They don't want the yes master in it. Everybody needs to go down for it. I don't care if you're a Democrat. I don't give a damn if you're red. I don't give a damn if you're green. Whoever did this needs to go down. What they did to those little girls is disgusting.
How about this? Teddy Ray says Oprah is one of them. Oprah Winfrey.
Oprah's not on the files yet. She has not came down yet. But you know what? Who is? I don't know if this is true, but Jay-Z was on it. And everything else. There was some other people that was on it. And the people that was on it, like New Mexico, they're already getting into it. They're going to open an investigation. The only damn state that's doing something. They're going to do an open investigation because some of the little girls got unalived on the ranch.
How long is this going to go on with the Trump administration fighting not to let this stuff come out? We could be talking about this 15, 20 years from now.
Yeah, and like what's that said, heads are rolling in other countries. They're taking people out. At least the other countries are doing something, but oh no, not the pansy United States. Yes, master.
Well, because we got far more people in this country that were involved.
I promise you, if it was Obama, all hell would be breaking loose.
Yeah, I can't imagine how this was able to succeed so long. With so many victims.
Because the white tea people will want to cover the shit up to protect that piece of crap. They don't give a damn how many kids got unalived, how many little girls got their shit taken from them, and how many girls got tortured and stuff. As long as they protect that white tea piece of crap right there, they don't give a damn. That's their orange Jesus.
I mean, this is pretty much slavery all over again. You just weren't putting them in the fields, you were putting them in the bedroom.
Michael Jackson was protecting the kids. He made the ranch. Michael Jackson was protecting the babies, and then they try to blame it on him. That was disgusting. I never thought that Michael Jackson was in on it. I always stuck up for Michael Jackson. He loved the kids and he protected the kids.
So the one.
Can you say that shit about the white T-man though?
So the one black man that was trying to help, they got him listed as a pedo.
Yeah. But the white king men that are raping our kids and stuff, yeah. And then Life Touch, and oh my God, this made me sick. The Life Touch, the photograph people that go into your schools and take pictures, they're in on it too.
It's got to be hundreds of people that are in on it. I mean, you got lawyers that have done NDAs. I mean, they would obviously know what's going on. I mean, it's judges. I mean, it's got to be hundreds of people.
And people are resigning. Now, with my grandbabies, I ask who's doing it. And if they say Life Touch, I'm not letting them take a picture.
What is explain Life Touch?
Life Touch is the kid that go into kids' schools and take the kids' pictures. They have every picture of your kids. That's probably how they found these kids.
So when they take your class pictures, is this one group is doing that all over the country?
Yes. They're one of the biggest groups for the photograph of your kids. They're in on it. They got it all up in it. You should see some of the it's disgusting. How they put body parts in the big barrels. Oh, here in New Mexico, it's going bipolar.
And we've been talking about everything from pro-choice to LGBTQ affecting kids, but this stuff sounds way worse.
Oh, trans people are the ones that are doing the most to our kids. No, bitches. It's the white teen men. The ones that are in office that are raping your little kids and stuff. Let's take accountability, white teen people. It's your damn people that are doing it. Not our people, not the trans people, not the gay people, not the bisexual people. It's your straight white Christian people. Thank you.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of folks who believe Trump is totally innocent of this stuff, though.
And you know what? They need to go see Jesus. That's what they need to do. They just do. Because you know what? The people that are still standing with him are pedos.
Well, there is no solid evidence that Trump did anything wrong, though.
There is solid. You know what?
It hasn't come to the forefront.
God. Drip, 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 drip. Get the cock out your mouth, and it's dripping all over. You know what? You don't even look good with uncooked protein dripping from your mouth. On God,
the hell?
You really don't. You over here say there's no sort of evidence. Why is he hiding all the proof? He's not letting none of it come out. And then all the black shit all up in there. Yeah, come on now, get the uncock. Just get it out your fucking mouth. It's disgusting.
Didn't you have some girls come forward and say Trump didn't do anything wrong?
No, none of them said that.
I thought somebody came forward and said Trump didn't do anything wrong.
No, you thought wrong. That's why you're on your knees, huh?
No, I'm asking. I thought somebody came forward and said Trump.
The women want to tell their stories. They told them they will tell everything if they don't release all the files. Now, the DOJ, or whatever the hell you want to call that woman, it's 50,000 in the stock. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They are the ones that are hiding Trump's name. Why do you think that is, Tim? An innocent man will release everything. The innocent man will release everything because he has nothing to hide.
Oh, I don't disagree with you. But what about what Marjorie Taylor Greene said, that Trump said it would hurt some of his friends? Maybe he's innocent, but people he care about.
You know what? It's gonna hurt him and his little homies. I don't give a damn. Release them. Get them all out. All this crap is because of it. And then that woman that is a pedo is now in minimum security, having a dog, and she is convicted pedo. Are you serious? Why do you think they're keeping her happy for?
Yeah, you know something.
Get the uncooked protein out your mouth.
And I see you got Cowboy in the comments saying, Tim, stop that. I don't, that part I don't understand because, okay, you put her in minimum security, and then just last week or whatever, she stated that she's going to plead the fifth and not do anything unless Trump gives her some.
Why do you think she's pleading the fifth, Tim?
But that's the point I'm trying to make is if you put her in minimum security, how does she still have the right to plead the fifth? You would assume she was.
Because she's not going to talk.
Then why is she in minimum security?
She's getting everything she wants, Tim.
No, but that's the point I'm making. If she's not talking, then you would reward a suspect for them cooperating. If she's not cooperating, then how does she get minimum security?
She's not in maximum security. She's in minimum.
Well,
she's where the people will be getting out.
But that's,
why is that, Tim?
That's what I'm asking.
The pedos.
That's what I'm asking. What did she do that's worthy of?
She wants a pardon.
Well, how did she get minimum security to begin with, though? What did she do to get that? Because she's not cooperating.
Because if she tells them that he's in it, they're probably gonna unalive her ass, like they did Epstein.
Shit, I mean, you got to think when Trump leaves, there's no guarantee, especially if he's replaced by a liberal. There's no guarantee that the next guy may get out.
I wish he kicks the bucket. I really do. I wish the demon would kick the bucket because he's the Antichrist. But if he does have, God forbid he has to stay around. Guess what? I guarantee he's gonna pardon the bitch. I got money on it. He's gonna pardon her.
That's a good bet. That's a really good bet.
You know how disgusting that would be, and I seriously hate the maggots for putting this pedo in office because he's letting all this. And I don't want to hear the white tea people, the maggots. I don't want to hear how not dangerous they are when they're allowing a pedo in office.
But maybe they didn't know.
It's just a joke.
They didn't know.
Bullshit.
No, you think MAGA believes that Trump?
All he has said from day one, Tim, release the files. We're gonna release the files, and all they do is blame the Democrats. Why did the Democrats didn't release them? Because there was an open investigation. Because a woman was still being tried. You feel what I'm saying? So they couldn't. They couldn't quit fluffing. I swear to God, I want to throw the. I swear to God. You feel what I'm saying, Tim? But you know what though? Now all of a sudden. Oh, it's a Democrat hoax now. It's all this. Oh, they're trying to frame me. Oh, this makes me not look like I'm guilty. It is all looking like they're guilty. And the same mofos are still standing with him. You're all pedos.
He did say Epstein. He did say Epstein is a Democrat hoax too, didn't he?
Yeah.
He did say
and
that.
you're sucking his cock.
He did say
Big.
that.
Cooked protein dripping from your mouth. You give this man so much credit. Oh, well, he did the penny. I don't give a damn if he got rid of the penny. He's a pedo. He needs to be underneath the damn jail with his ding-a-ling cut the fuck off. So he won't hurt another little girl.
Kel Bruce says Marjorie Taylor Greene is the one that said the survivors told her that Trump wasn't involved, but he said, but that was before the fallout between them two. But there are videos of victims saying Trump sexually assaulted them. Wow. So
they are. And he was on the boat. There was somebody called in and said he was on a boat. And he had the boat where that little girl called in and said he threw a baby overboard. It was a 13-year-old girl's baby. Why would he do that? Because it probably was his kid. Sick pedo.
Well, like I said, there's no solid evidence.
But yet you guys, the ones that voted for him, sucking on it, thinking he was all for you. He was saving his ass, people. So he wouldn't go to jail, people.
Well, we can't. And thank you, Handsome Conservatives. Here's your case to grab my money for the day. I mean.
Oh, him. Handsome Conservative. That motherfucker needs Jesus. He has trauma, and he spilled it on us because his white tea mama threw his ass to the curb. You don't see no black people doing that because I know I'm a single mama by no choice, and I would never give my babies to the state. But I raise black excellence, though.
Ooh. Wow.
Not trailer trash. So.
Well, listen, the man has been through some things. So, I mean.
Well, you know what? That's because it's YT people be throwing this shit up. They the same motherfuckers that be shooting up our schools and shit because they got trauma because they don't like therapy.
Now, it's interesting. It's interesting you say that. It's interesting you say that because I do want to point out, you do realize there seems to be an issue with trans.
I don't care. I'm not a nice grandma.
No, but you do understand. We had a Pew Pew event in Rhode Island yesterday. Yet another transgender person at the trigger taking lives. What is going on? What is?
Well, you know what? Something happened to that one. I don't know. That's one of how many people?
The one before that was trans.
I don't know. And I don't know. I am not talking on that because I didn't even know it was trans people doing it. That's one person. Compared to what?
It ain't one. The one before that was trans as well. I mean, the transgender community seems to have a puberty problem.
No, it wasn't. It was a white T-man. No, it wasn't.
And by the way, Hanson...
So give it a break.
Give it a break. Hanson conservative
wants... coming after the trans people. Because if the trans people ain't raping people, we had one shooting, and we don't even know what the fuck happened.
It's been more than one. Hanson conservative says, I love you too, gangster grandma, and so does Jesus.
Don't even put my name in your ugly ass mouth. You might give me some JJ disease, man, with your salmonella looking ass, uncooked protein looking ass. You need God your damn self and quit saying therapy don't work. Yeah, it don't work on your white tea people because look at what's going down in our damn country. You sorry ass people. I promise you, you white tea people are the death of us. You white tea people are the ones that are raping our kids and stuff. You white tea people don't give a damn about our kids.
You know that sounds racist, don't you?
Your own damn kids. All those kids were white. You don't give a damn about your white tea women. They still vote for your sorry asses. That's how sick they are.
But you know that
yes, master.
You know that tirade you just gave sounds racist, right?
I don't give a damn. They don't give a damn about us. They blaming us. Oh my God, our black men are raping our white women and giving them babies. Oh my God, our black men are robbing us. Our black men. No, they don't want your ugly white tea asses. What? You know what? We do have our own damn issues, but I can tell you one damn thing. Not one black man over there on the Epstein files unaliving our damn kids, or raping our damn kids. Hello. It's white tea people. Hello.
Wow. Well, conservative says, yep, I knew she loved me. What a woman. So you got a fan.
I wouldn't love you. I would put gasoline on you and put you on fire.
What?
Oh, God.
What?
Yep, sure would. I would save my ally before I save a maggot. I'll put gasoline on, light them on fire. Oh well.
That's bloodline royalty. I see you. That's terrible. That is fucking terrible.
I'm not like you, Timmy Tim. I don't laugh when a mother will call me out my name and call me the N-word. Okay? Call me the N-word, and I'll be no. We're gonna fight.
Do you realize all the names you call me and white people?
You be quiet about Black Nation. You don't even know what Black Nation is with your black ass. You probably a maggot too.
What are you talking about?
And then you had Eminem up in here. Then you had Eminem, that black dude, saying that the Democrats and Republicans are the same. Oh, hell, we're not. Get the fuck out of here.
No, I think there's some. I think there's some differences. I see Bull. This is an interesting. Hold on. This is a very interesting pushback. And Brian says, "Bull crap. Blacks be pimping all the time. Isn't that trafficking as well?"
What? We're pimping?
Blacks do have a history. Pimping? Blacks have a history of being pimps.
Okay, it's black people, not blacks. Can you get your education going better?
But
okay, let me tell you about pimping. I would pimp a white boy any damn day and get his fucking money, and I wouldn't fuck him with a 10.4 of my dog's dick. Okay? So if you want to, I'll do that. And he will not touch this kitty cat. Hell no.
But what about what was said to you? You talking about trafficking?
Let me tell you something. We have, like I said, we're not in the Epstein files. That's the biggest thing ever.
You didn't hear you're not,
thing ever.
But that's a good.
So don't ever get it twisted. Don't try to come up here and say, you know what? Oh, black men are pimping. We'd rather be pimping grown ass fucking women, and that they know what they doing. Okay, it's called tricking.
That ain't all. That ain't always true.
What?
That ain't always true.
Let me tell you something. That's far in between what the Epstein files is. So get your cock out your mouth, okay? Get the cock out your mouth. Get it out your mouth. Because you know what? There ain't no one black man up in that shit. It's all white tea. Privileged white tea. Get the hell out. Michael Jackson was helping them. Helping the kids get your shit together.
Well, 1897 says I wouldn't touch you with a cop's dick.
I wouldn't, shit, no, nigga, please. I wouldn't let, this is, my chocolate coochie says black only, chocolate only. touch me. I wouldn't suck it. I wouldn't fuck it. I wouldn't look at it. It's uncooked. It's pink, and it looks vile. Get the fuck out of here. So don't ever get the shit twisted. Don't ever. I'm pro-black all day, every day. And let me tell you something about Reggie. The one that just died. I do not like him. But what's her name?
Jesse Jackson?
I think that's, yeah, Jesse Jackson, yeah. Mo Better was hitting on the spot because my daddy even said that Jesse Jackson had MLK assassinated. Mm-hmm.
I gotta look that. You got between Miss Mo Better and Denkel. I got homework to do. I gotta move it on though.
Because you know why? Let me say this to you, because you're white. You drink a lot of bleach. Because you forgot what Negro is. Because your ass over here fluffing so bad you turn your ass white as hell. You don't even know your own damn history. You need to go back, read a couple of books, read some newspaper clippings, and then come back and let us know something. Because your ass surely don't know nothing about what happened back in the 60s and stuff. But my daddy did. He sure did tell me. So Miss Obetta was clear on that one.
All right.
Hallelujah.
We'll see. Gangsta Grandma, thank you for coming through. And by the way, I wanted to say this again because she went off. I know who she is. I didn't know that new name. I didn't know that. You know, I've been holding. She snapped on me. I didn't fucking know. I don't know how many people are here waiting, but it's 15, 20. I don't know. Shit. Anyway, let me move it on. We're going to go over to Instagram. By the way, for my YouTube viewers, smash that like button. We're here Monday through Friday. Generally, if you're watching on Substack, Instagram, TikTok, follow the program. You happen to be watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. We don't block, ban, or censor any damn body on the page. Are you there?
I am.
Hey, so what brought you up? I saw you in the comments.
Now we talk. The first thing I'm going to say is, why are we acting like white people haven't been raping children and kids ever since slavery? It's called buck busting.
Butt busting?
Buck. B-U-C-K. Buck busting.
I ain't never heard this before. That's probably why.
Okay, so as a matter of fact, Kyrie Irving brought it up when they banned him from the Brooklyn Nets. So this is a tradition that they've been doing and they've been continuing to do. They've been doing it in slavery. A lot of times they would bring the strong black male or the leader to the forefront and they would rape him in front of everybody to show that they had the power. So this is a tradition that's been going on. The Epstein files is not something that's new. This has been going on for over 2,000 years. When you look at the book by Dr. Chancellor Williams, 2,000 years, he documents how even before the transatlantic slave trade, that the Arabs raped us and put us into slavery. That's what you see in the movie Gladiators. So this is their tradition, but you can even go further back than that. In those caves.
Well, the problem is because of who dominated how history was taught, parts of it was omitted. This is what I was telling, I think it was Straight Talk Commerce when he said, you people don't know your history. I'm like, yeah, because you people were controlling how much of it we knew. So, I mean, that's kind of what has happened with this stuff.
Well, let me explain that because I would like to address that. So he said we didn't know who Prince Whipple was.
Yeah.
I do. He also didn't mention Pedro El Nino, who was the navigator on the boat for Christopher Columbus. As a matter of fact, in the diary of Christopher Columbus, two things that he mentioned. One, when he never came to America, he went to Hispaniola, which is Cuba and Haiti, first of all. Second of all, when he went to that island, he saw black people in the distance. He asked the Arawaks, who were the native people on the island. He said, who was that?
The Arawaks replied to him and said, those are Africans. They've been trading with us for years. The second thing is Christopher Columbus said that the way that he found America was because he went up and down the Portuguese slave trade for 21 years on the west coast of Africa.
And real quick, just to interrupt you briefly, one of the viewers, I'm Your Average Joe, made a good point. He said, MAGA, this is what you call woke. This conversation right now, this is what you actually call woke. But keep going.
Yeah, so I think that the history of Africans or African Americans has been
altered, diluted, you name it.
Right. It has been put under for over 500 years. So it's not woke, it's facts.
Well, woke means you are woke to the facts as opposed to what you're actually being told. I mean, woke and facts can be a synonym in some cases.
Mm-hmm. It could be synonymous.
Yeah.
But there's ample evidence. Even when you go back to the Olmecs in South America, Mexico, those were Africoid features on those heads. You can even go back to the Folsom people, which biologists have found that there were certain type of flowers and certain type of grains that was here in the 1300s, 1200s, that was even before the Vikings coming over here. So we have a deep history, and I think that one of the problems is the deep uneducation of what blacks have contributed to the society and even before the society.
But that should make sense, right? Considering how history, all sorts of things were omitted. That should make sense that people don't know. Only way you're going to know history accurately, because based on like all the stuff you didn't learn that in school. You did some research past K through 8, K through 12 to get that.
Well, you look at Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, Dr. Yosef Ben Yakinan, Dr. John Henry Clark, okay, Dr. Sheikh Anta Diop. These aren't people that just roll out of the bed. These are professors emeritus. Okay, so the information is out there. I think that what it is a willingness, and it's an excuse to look at black culture and to ignore it. I don't think that they don't know. I think that they're pretending not to know.
Well, it's also not in the best interest. You got people already that have a serious disdain towards white people, and then if you start telling the actual history and the truth, because look, people know about slavery and Jim Crow, but if like what you're telling, if you know the truth is actually a lot worse than what you actually know. So yeah, if you're white, you probably don't really want to. Because look, a lot of white people are going to say I ain't got nothing to do with what happened from my grandparents on back. So I'd rather not say this stuff, or tell kids this stuff because it's going to create division. That's the way they view it.
Do they say that about the Holocaust?
No. Well, it depends. I mean, Elon Musk types, Elon Musk, if you leave it up to Elon Musk, they wouldn't be teaching that.
Okay, so Elon Musk comes from South Africa. His father was a part of the apartheid. That's how they got their riches. Did you know that?
Yeah, I did know that. Yes.
Okay. So he has an agenda. But the further point I want to go to, even in the Holocaust, they don't mention about the black Germans that was exterminated.
No. You don't hear about Hitler. I mean, we know Hitler didn't like people of color, and certainly any of our GIs, they treated them worse than they did the white GIs, poked their eyes out and really, really killed them horribly. But no, you didn't hear about blacks living in Germany.
Hey, Malcolm X said the chickens come home to roost.
Yeah.
You know who created meth?
No.
The Nazi Germans.
Hitler was using that.
Exactly.
Yeah. Now that you said it, yeah, because he was using that to to stay awake and all of that. Yeah, he was using that.
So it's interesting how they used crack, which the government came out and admitted that crack was intentionally put into black communities, right, to destroy the black community after the Black Panther Party movement.
Here's the problem, though. The stuff just like with the Epstein stuff. Mm-hmm. This shit is so disturbing. Even though I think you should teach people history accurately, I actually, because it's disturbing me hearing it. Not only what Denkow said about the Epstein stuff, but what you're saying is also fucking really bad. I can see why some folks don't want to teach history accurately because this could actually create hatred. I can see that. I mean, listen, you see a bunch of African Americans stealing shit in Walmart or doing mob robberies. People go, it's in their culture. These people are animals. If you tell history, it says the opposite. And it's going to make, just like a lot of whites view African Americans negatively because of all the shit they see us doing. If you tell history, that's going to lead to a lot of African Americans viewing white people negatively.
Well, I think that the Jews said it in 1947 the best. They said you have to tell history so it can never happen again.
It's a good point.
Okay, so we have to be honest. We cannot. I don't want to use the word whitewash, but we cannot cover over the truth because it's so disturbing. We have to examine history. We have to look at what's going on, examine what's going on so we can appropriately go into the future. If we do not do that, okay, it has the possibility. I heard you make a statement a while ago. You said that this is like slavery.
Yeah.
Well, why is that happening again? Because people are uneducated and unaware about how it happened and how it transpired. So we can't lie about the facts. That's important. Okay. So what the one guy was saying about the children being thrown over a boat, it's disturbing.
Very, very. And that happened during slavery.
Okay, exactly. How many of our mothers, our great grandmothers, threw their kids over the boat just to save their life?
Yeah.
See, we one thing about black folks that I noticed, we give sympathy to so many others, the Jews, and I want to bring this point out. People don't understand this about Trump. What is Trump? What is Trump's religion? Do you know?
Well, he said he's never asked God for forgiveness in his life. I mean, he said, I got the video, I could bring that up. I don't think he's a very religious man.
Okay, watch this. Trump is a Protestant white man. Do you know that 97% of the white men that came over as supposed pilgrims was Protestant white men? See, when he say make America great again, you see, that's what he's talking about.
How do you know he's a Protestant?
Google it.
I can bring up images of him saying he's never even asked God for. He said, is Protestant Christian as well?
It is. Protestantism comes from Martin Luther.
Yeah, but he's also on video saying that I'm not wanting you to Christians as well. He said, he's talking about my Christians. So
didn't he have that Bible in New York?
The one upside down?
Yeah, didn't he have that?
Yeah.
So if he wasn't a Christian, why would he be holding that?
Because you need the Christian vote. I mean, it is what it is. If you're running for the top spot as a conservative, you gotta promote Christianity. There's no way around that.
How many churches have you seen Trump in?
I think maybe one. He don't go to church very often. He ain't known for going to church very often.
I've seen him in a lot of black ones.
Oh, you mean campaigning?
Yeah, as a matter of fact, I seen a black pastor put on a scarf over Trump's head.
Oh, I did see that. So okay, fair enough. I did see that.
Oh, okay.
So what you saying then? You said he's a Christian all of a sudden now?
He been said he was a Christian.
He also
said that, but what I'm saying is his lineage. You see, what we have to examine and look at is why is this happening? It's happening because 1% of the Earth's population is European. Since the 2000 census, it has been shown and recorded in the 2000 census that the infertility rate is at a -0.
Okay.
So when you study Dr. Frances Cress Welsing, and she talks about a fear of genetic annihilation, people are looking at racism and saying, well, they're just racist because they don't like
You're talking about basically replacement theory.
Right.
Yeah.
So racism is the fear of genetic annihilation. It's not something that people believe is used as a tool and a weapon. Look at China. Look at the population of China. Look at Africa coming up. Look at all these other countries that's coming up. So it's a fear of no longer having control. Even MAGA says that they have a fear. A lot of these mass shootings that you were speaking of, when they interview the shooter, he says why? Because black people are taking over. Because Mexicans are taking over. That's what they say. See, this is a fear.
Yeah, but that ain't said. It ain't too many of them saying. I mean, I do recall hearing. I think the one in El Paso said. I mean, a few of them. Yeah, but that ain't what they commonly do.
Okay, so what I'm saying is, if you look at the times, even the scriptures said that this would happen. So if we're looking at it from a strategical viewpoint, understanding that it's a fear that people of color are continuing to procreate. And like I brought up the fact about the 2000 census saying that the fertility rate for Europeans are under 0. That's 2000. We in 2026.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, another statistic speak of by 2035, 75% of the people that will be graduating from high school will be people of color. These are facts. Now, I'm not coming to
Well, here's I'll tell you the reason why this is because of the one drop of black blood thing. Apparently it just went down on my guest there. My whole show on Instagram went down, so I just lost my guest. What I was going to say is this: it's the one drop of black blood theory, and that is, if a white person and a black person, or person of color, period, if a white person and a person of color get together, the belief is that that is now a person of color, and for some reason, like let's say for instance, me and someone who is white procreate and create a kid, the kid is considered black. So all of a sudden, the white person that I procreated would, their bloodline is stopped and mine continues, which is in terms of DNA not true. So that's where the problem is, where it seems like the replacement theory and things like that, because the white side is the only side that is demanding purity. If, like I said, if an African American or if a Hispanic or somebody of color procreates with a white person, and they don't see that as a termination of their bloodline, but the white community does. Your bloodline is still there. You're not being replaced. That's your kid. That person should be viewed as part of you. So the notion that anytime a person procreates with a white person, it becomes a person of color, that's where the problem is. So yeah, you're always going to be at a detriment of replacement theory. Only way to stop it is to literally ban interracial, breeding or mixing, what they call it, race mixing or what. That's the only way to stop it, because you believe that your bloodline stops, and everybody else that procreates with you don't believe that. Your bloodline is not stopping. You procreated with a black person, okay? Your bloodline is part of that now. So that's where the problem is that unlike all the other cultures, for some reason, a large portion of the white community believes that if the person isn't pure white, then my bloodline's going away. You'll see mixed kids invited into, let's say, the black community as black, and they don't have any issue with them being part white. But for some reason, when a mixed kid goes into the white community as part black, they have this notion that is something wrong. So that's what needs to stop. If you could change that, the whole notion of replacement theory would disappear, because there are always going to be, this is where Gangsta Grandma comes in, talking about the chocolate and the uncooked there's always going to be some white people that want to breed with other people. That's always going to happen. So as long as you believe that the minute they do that, your bloodline is terminating, then we're always going to be in this situation. We're always going to be in this situation, because if a black person and a black person has a child, it's black. If a black person and a white person has a child, it's also considered black. That shouldn't be. That should not be. So until that changes, yeah, you're always going to be complaining that, they're trying to outbreed us or whatever the case. No, you're giving up some of your people and marking them as black. Anyway, looking in the comments, every culture has that theory of wanting the bloodline to continue. No, because I don't see it I don't think the African American community does that. If Mariah Carey, for instance, whose mom is white, the black community has no problem welcoming her in. They don't see her as her bloodline is fucked up. Halle Berry's part white. They don't, Alicia Keys is part white. The black community don't do that. They view this person as one of their own, even though that person is 50% theirs, 50% white. The black community don't do that kind of stuff. So, it's instead of, going by this bloodline type shit, this is part of your DNA. So there's a whole lot of people walking around that are being called black that if you did a DNA test on them, they're also part white. It's just the white community ain't viewing them as whole anymore. That's a problem. That's a problem. Quit focusing on what a person's skin looks like and understand if you help create this person, they're still 50% you. They're still 50% you. Stop, you don't see African Americans viewing an albino as all of a sudden white because the skin color changed. Get off of the skin color thing and you're not losing, you wouldn't be considered as losing so many people. And by the way, if my last caller, if you came over to one of the other apps, I don't know why Instagram went down, but I certainly didn't drop you. I am as black as 2 a.m. That's pretty fucking dark. My refrigerator is black as well. You as black as 2 a.m. God, I hope you're talking about 2 a.m. in on the North Pole in the middle of winter where the sun doesn't set. 2 a.m. is pretty fucking dark. Wow, that's dark. How white is the driven snow? And just smile if you need me to find you in the woods. Yeah. OBS, albinism in the day we're outcasts. We're not in a day anymore. Right now we're talking as we speak right now. This is what, right now as we speak, mixed children are still not considered the same in the white community as they are in the black community. Right now, not back in the day, right now. So it's a big difference what you're talking about. Yeah, bloodline royalty. I don't know what happened. I do not know what happened there on Instagram. Everything is black with that dude. Yeah, my grandkids are half black. I don't bother my side of the family. And that's the thing. And they've been able to do studies and show that mixed kids tend to feel more welcome in the black community. And I'm talking about mixed kids. They've done studies that show even mixed kids that are in a single parent where, let's say, for instance, it's a white mom that slept with a black dude, and the dude done took off and ran. So the dude ain't in the kid's life no more. So all that kid has is a white mom and hanging around with mom's family. All white. That kid still, their studies show that those children still feel more accepted in the black community. I'm telling you, for some reason, we know what has happened throughout history, but for some reason, the white community is not as accepting to mixed kids as the black community is. In fact, in the black community, man, if you are, what they call you, high yellow or yellow bone, the chicks are treated as fine. Same thing with the light-skinned Negroes. People view them as attractive and everything. They get some hierarchy in the black community, but in the white community, they're kind of treated as outsiders in a lot of cases. Your bloodline ain't gone, though. It's in that person still. It's still there. So that needs to change. Bob Marley was a black man, but his spliff was white. Tim, where's your admin? We don't have an admin. We don't have an admin. We don't have moderators, any of that shit. When I tell you guys we're all about free speech, I mean that. I'm doing this on my own. So only thing I get rid of are spammers. Listen, if you're gonna keep typing the N-word over and over again or something like that, yeah, we'll get rid of you. But for the most part, you want to be critical of me or somebody else in the comments. We don't censor that. I get a million folks calling me coons, libtards, because I'm staring at different cameras. I get the one about the eyes looking cross-eyed because of what camera. Get this shit all day long. I don't give a fuck about that. We don't censor. We do not censor. We do not have a moderator for the simple fact I believe moderators are biased. You get a moderator, that moderator is going to lean left or lean right, and they're going to be limiting people's input, people's comments based on how they feel. You don't get that on this program. Never had a moderator, never will. Anyhow, I do got to do what I do around this time. I got to step away. I appreciate the 152,000. Thank you folks that have tapped the screen. If you enjoy this type of dialogue, follow the program for my TikTok, Instagram, and Substack users. And if you're currently watching on YouTube, give your boy a sub. Until then, I'll holler at you tomorrow. Y'all take care. And thank you on YouTube as well. Boost Coyote says Bob Marley's father was white. Didn't know that. How long has Bob Marley been deceased? He's been gone for a while, has he not? Didn't know that, though, but thank you.